Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, November 2nd, 2011. We're here in the John Farrell Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to thank those members of the council who are here on time as we begin the meeting. Council members Koretz and Parks, Perry and Wesson, Zine, and myself means 6 members are here. So out of our 14, usually 15-member body, we require 10 members to begin the meeting. That means we're waiting 4 more members. Council members Labange and Rosendahl are excused on city business, but that leaves council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Englander, Huizar, Krikorian, and Reyes, we are waiting for, if they'll please make their way down as soon as possible. We are also being broadcast live on Channel 35, and welcome not only those folks who are here live in the City Council chambers, but those on television. We're rebroadcast in the evening on Channel 35 as well, and available on the internet at lacity.org, which also archives all of our past council footage as well. Want to also let you know that you can avail yourself of our remote facilities in Van Nuys and San Pedro City Halls if that's closer to where you live. You can always go there, avoid the traffic, and cut down some pollution, save some time, and not only follow the council from those chambers, but also testify remotely from either of those remote locations. If you'd like to be heard on any items from either those places or here in City Hall, just fill out a speaker card and hand it to one of the city staff. And when you turn that in, we'll be able to hear your comments on any of the individual items or for any of the general public comment, which is for items on the agenda, but not on the agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. If items have already had a public hearing in our committee, it requires council to reopen the public hearing for a second hearing to be held. Otherwise, the hearing in committee will suffice for public comment. Again, thank you to council members now Englander, Koretz, Parks, Perry, Wesson, and Zine. Still awaiting the following late council members. Council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Huizar, Mr. Krikorian called me and he's on his way as well, and Mr. Reyes. We will begin the meeting as soon as we have 10 members. Thank you for your patience, and we will begin shortly. We have 10 members of our 15-member body, so Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Englander, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum.
All right, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Huizar moves and Mr. Koretz seconds. Those are approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Alarcon moves and Mr. Parks seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Colleagues, if we can turn your attention to the items that are before us. This is now, we'll go through the agenda to see if there's any items that you wish to call special. First, we are still waiting for a 12th member for our ordinances, so council members Cardenas and, as I mentioned, Mr. Krikorian, I know is on his way and will be here shortly. So let's hold items 1 through 5 on the desk and go to the next batch, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to items 6 through 13. Those are items for which public hearings have been held. The committee report for item 6 has been submitted and distributed for council's consideration. Further, there is a request from member to continue item 6 until Friday, November 4.
Okay, without objection, we'll continue item number 6 until this Friday, that is on the 4th of November. And items 7 through 13 are now before us. Any specials, colleagues? 7 through 13? Seeing none, let's prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
Eleven ayes.
Okay. 7 through 13 are approved. Let's go ahead and I think on the board we show it deferred, but don't worry, folks. We've just voted on items 7 through 13. We'll get those off the board momentarily. The next items, please. If we can hold the ordinances while we await a 12th member and go from 23 to 41.
Very good. Items 14 through 41 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. If there's no objection to consideration, those are before us. Do we have cards from the public on any of those?
We do. Before getting to that, sir, there is a request from member to refer item 22 back to the Energy and Environment Committee.
Okay. If there's no objection, we'll send 22 back to Energy and Environment Committee. All right. Hold on one quick sec. Do we have any cards from the public on those, Mr. Clerk? Any of these items?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on 21, 28, 29, 30, 32, 35, 37, and 40.
Okay. And Mr. Rosendahl?
35 special.
Okay. Excuse me. Mr. Parks?
We should have number 40 in closed session.
Okay. I'll call 30 and 32 special. Are there specials, colleagues? And let's hold 16 through 21 until we have a 12th member as we wait Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Krikorian. Please open the roll on the balance of the items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 42 through 44 are scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's. Well, Mr. Parks, should we
It's all
dispose?
be in closed session.
All closed session? Okay. We'll hold those on the desk for closed session. That'll take us to.
Mr. President, pardon me. Before moving on, if I may, a committee report for item 44 has been submitted and distributed for council's consideration.
Okay, great. That is available as well. Let's go ahead to our general public comment. Antonia Ramirez is our first speaker. She'll be followed by John Walsh.
Good morning, everybody. This is a matter of principle. I want to address this to the African American community, or the politicos, and the city attorneys, Dennis Zine, and the other mutts. I'd like to go ahead and say, first of all, these Latino politicos, Alarcón, Cárdenas, Reyes, and Huizar, although he's never been rude to me or behind my back, I'll thank you for that. At least you have a little bit of balls. Gracias, man. They don't speak for me. I don't speak for them. As a legal, law-abiding Mexican American, I don't need to walk into any committee meeting and be intimidated or denied the freedom to speak openly. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I don't speak out of my ass. I come in because I have experienced everything. And if I come in, it's because I know the subject matter and I'm willing to describe it and show you how to do your job. Again, if I walk into your committee meetings, don't lump me in with these gangbangers, because I ain't a gangbanger. I ain't a drug dealer. I'm a legal, law-abiding citizen. And if the city attorney and Dennis Zine were zealous and aggressive in gangbanging or curtailing gangbangers as they did censor me, they would do a lot better attacking and combating, curtailing the gangbangers in LA County. Again, Dennis Zine has come on TV and said he's aggressively going after these gangbangers when in fact he's never done a damn thing to combat the gangbanging infestation. I've done your job, Dennis Zine, and I've done your job, city attorney. You want to go for the DA's office? Get out of here. Man, you can't do your job worth of crap. I take great pride in doing
Excuse me,
both
ma'am,
your
if you
jobs.
can avoid
And again,
personal comments, please. That's on our code of conduct.
this is a
Thank
matter
you.
of principle, President Garcetti, and again, to me, I take this issue very seriously because I am combating it every single bloody day and night. And again, I'd like to say to Huizar, thank you for being a gentleman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you certainly have the right to say whatever you want. There are children who watch, so if we could maybe avoid some of the language, we appreciate it. John Walsh is our next speaker. Cheryl Eichley will follow Mr. Walsh.
All
Good
children
morning.
go to Cartoon Channel. You shouldn't be watching this. This is obscene. get off the air. Parents, make sure your children aren't watching this. HollywoodHighlands.org. Go or Google Walsh Confidential or Google Mickey's Pointed View. We would like to right now officially our website endorse Pat McOsker. He's the only one who has taken on the CRA. We would like everyone to go to Ron KLA right now during the meeting and read A World Without Consequences. If you're not watching Ron KLA, you don't know what's happening in LA. I would like to talk to the people in the Occupy LA. There are contingency plans. One, using dogs. You have a contingency plan that involves drug dogs sweeping in there. Next week, they're not going to be here. So that is a window of opportunity for the attack on Occupy LA. They're not going to Arizona. They're going nowhere, but they canceled the meeting. Second of all, the mayor wants to use the game plan he used against the people down at the helicopters. This is for the when they took out the huge farm, the South Central Farmers. The South Central Farmer plan was at 4 a.m. they came in with helicopters. That's what's happening. They're set up. As far as impact on the farmers market will do even better. And if you want to see some grass that's kicked to hell, go up to MacArthur Park. You don't clean the grass in MacArthur Park, and now you want to get rid of people because the sprinklers are broken. Everything is broken in this city. HollywoodHighlands.org. Helicopters and dogs.
Cheryl Eichley is our next speaker. After that will be Arnold Sachs.
I think Mr. Walsh walked away with the microphone cover. I don't know if you want to wait to get it back or not.
Okay. We'll pause your time. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Eichley, and I am a member of Occupy Los Angeles. And I just want to let you know that everything I say is a personal comment, and that's because at Occupy Los Angeles, we do everything through a consensus process, and what I'm about to say has not been approved. What I'd like to also say is I've seen a lot of people come to the podium and say they're with Occupy Los Angeles, such as Mr. Walsh, who I've never seen at one meeting. So anybody who comes up here is speaking personally. I apologize for any personal attacks from our group towards anybody else, because we have come together and we have agreed to with consensus that we will be nonviolent, and that nonviolence consensus that we came to includes property damage. So if there's anybody who has done property damage, it is not with Occupy Los Angeles's consensus. All of that is being done independently, and I just wanted to make that clear. I wish I had something prepared today, but I don't. There's so much to say, and 2 minutes isn't enough time to say it. I'd love to work with your offices in regards to any concerns you may have with Occupy LA and any of the potential legislation that we'll be discussing today in the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. They're going to be talking about the decision for Citizens United. I had some questions about that resolution that was written by President Garcetti. I had went to his office, and I'm hoping to meet with the chief legislative office as well, because I'm a little confused about the resolution itself, and I wanted some more information before I spoke publicly on that in committee today. I appreciate your guys' time. I know this is difficult. This is unprecedented in what we're doing. We are out here for our First Amendment right to petition our government for redress of grievances, and I appreciate your respect in that process.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Sorry I missed some meetings tied up with the county, but I was here last week when Friday's meeting was canceled, and although I could say that it was a farce, there was some good news that came out of that. We've actually had presentations start before 10 o'clock, which was great. So Now we know the presentations can start without a quorum before 10 o'clock. We expect to see that in the future so that meetings don't run until 11:30 or 12 o'clock with these endless presentations, and then city business is taken care of. That being said, congratulations on next week's cancellation of the meetings. Although no action was taken, can't you possibly call special meetings? I know you've done that before. That being said, with the Bank of America coming to its knees and rescinding its $5 fee, what's the status of the bonds that the city wants to sell, especially the bonds that the city is offered to use to pay for the construction of the new arena in downtown LA? Isn't this bond negotiation holding that up? Won't AEG be coming in here to ask why you aren't acting on that? Never mind the rest of the public. That being said, I believe the CEO mentioned that if you go through with this negotiation and change the sale of the bonds, it'll hold up construction on a couple of different items, including a parking garage. And when I read that, I said, parking garage? I thought the city was trying to sell parking garages. They're not building a parking garage for this arena. They're not building the parking garage for the new Broad Museum. So what parking garage is the CEO talking about, and how much is it going to cost?
Thank you. That will close our general public comment. If we can take up the ordinances now that we have 12 members, I think all of them except one do not have cards. 21. Right. So that would be 1 through 5. Sorry, we do have a card. Are the items 1 through 5 noticed for public hearing, Mr. Clerk?
They are items noticed for public hearing, yes,
we do have a card on number 3.
Okay.
So let's take items 1 and 2, 4 and 5, and 14 through 20 next, please. If we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. We'll go to the next items called special. First is item 3. Mr. Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on item number 3.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. And on item 3, this is concerning hearing protests on the street lighting district. We're 100% in favor of the street lighting district. Walsh Confidential will have a big new blog coming up very soon.
Thank you. That will close our public comment for number 3. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, Mr. Walsh, if you want to come back, item 21 is also called special for a card of yours. Okay, Mr. Walsh passes on item number 21. We can take a vote on that ordinance as well. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. I'm sorry, we had one other card in public comment. If we can return to general public comment. I had that in front of me. My apologies. Charles Dulce and Curtis Haraway, if you'd like to come forward. Good morning, and my apologies, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Charles Dulce, and this is my friend here, Curtis Haraway. And we are here this morning to request a sign on our church, a digital sign on our church, which is in Councilman Park's district. It's a historical building at the corner of King and Budlong, 1135 West Martin Luther King Boulevard. And the reason for this is because we have a variety of different programs for the community. And we want to do so limit more exposure in letting the community know what we do. We provide food programs, we do lecturing, we do daycare centers and things of that nature. We want to do a little bit more publication as to what this church is at the corner for. So this is what we're here for, requesting an opportunity to have a sign, a digital sign, if possible.
Thank you very much. Sorry, would you like to add anything else?
We already contact. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. That's it. I don't know.
Thank you. We'll make sure Mr. Park's staff is able to speak with you. I think there's somebody coming right now, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. That will close our public comment again. If we can go to items called special.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 28 called Special for Cards.
All right, item 28, Antonio Ramirez, if you'd like to come forward. Yes, sir. We'll just ask Sergeant Arms. We'll make sure. Mr.
Good afternoon. I approve of this action, especially when it comes to including library representation on state and local workforce investment boards, and assure coordination of employment, training, and literacy services to become a one-step partner with those that are soliciting the services. I would hope that we would be a little more emphatic in providing sort of an encapsulated walking step program for our military veterans, whether they are uniformed, ununiformed, active or inactive. Provide them that gamut of help from A to Z without mocking them, without belittling them, without dehumanizing, because you guys are so good at it, right, Koretz and Zine and all the others. If you had a little more integrity, that would be really wonderful. But if you can please help these military veterans, give them the dignity, the respect that they deserve, because they've got more balls than you'll ever have. So having said that, again, I ask you to please help these wonderful military veterans and pilots and legal law-abiding citizens. Help them streamline the program so they can get a job. That's what they need. They need jobs. They need help. They need to find a home and a place to live and have a wonderful substantial and viable place in life. Please help the military veterans and our hot mama chopper pilots. You hear them? Goddamn kick-ass. Oops, I'm sorry, I slipped. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. We'll close the public comment. Mr. Zine.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd just like to acknowledge the United States military. I serve in the United States Army Advisory Board Center of Influence with the battalion in the city of Los Angeles, and we are working with the private sector to employ returning military personnel. I've been active in this for the last few years and very supportive, and I do lead the group of citizens that are assisting the United States Army in that endeavor. So I just want to acknowledge we are working diligently to help the individuals coming out of the military into civilian employment, and we're working diligently with that, and we want to acknowledge the private sector that's helping us do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. We'll go ahead and take a vote on item 28. If we can open the roll, please. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We'll next go to item number 29. And Antonio Ramirez, if you'd like to come back on that one. And then John Walsh will follow. He'll be followed by Arnold Sachs.
Again, I am very happy that President Obama and Michelle Obama have publicly come out and stated to the country and addressed the concerns of the military. For so long and too long, the military has been ignored. As I said before, the tides have turned. They are now in favor of helping and restoring the dignity and the integrity and the wholesomeness of these beautiful warriors, these beautiful forefront wonderful warriors who have a whirlpool of humanity. Most of them are homeless or chronically impoverished, not because they're stupid and not because they're crazy, but because they stand on principle. They will not back down. They've got integrity, they've got dignity, and they've got a mind of principle, and that's how they function. And therefore, please don't mock them, don't dehumanize them, because what you're doing is you're doing it to yourself. Again, bring this element of our society back to the forefront. Let's not drop them aside. Let's not put them as outcasts or treat them as second-class citizens. Again, they need jobs. And I want to thank the Obama administration for putting the military veterans again up in the forefront and providing services for them that they rightfully deserve. Most of them have not even utilized their GI Bill because they've been homeless. Again, let's restore their job functions and restore their families, a housing, and make them whole and complete. That is my hope in life, that these military veterans, whether they are chopper pilots or just combat warriors or traumatized military veterans and their families, make them whole and complete. God, I love them because they've got balls.
Mr. President, the
Yes.
Speaker should be reminded to keep her comments more in keeping with the decorum of this meeting.
Yeah, Ms. Ramirez, the city attorney is advised you, and I'm now warning you regarding your inappropriate comments. So if you want to go back and speak on number 30 now, because we're going to take 30 with number 29. Number 30. You have 1 minute left, ma'am.
Are we taking retaliatory measures now, Zine? Because you know I've told you the truth. And I'm sorry the city attorney's not being objective. City attorney and Dennis Zine, again, use some common sense and objectivity. If you can't do that, then you've got to be out. Okay, if you don't like me,
The matter
that's okay.
is number 30, ma'am.
All right, again,
So
I
please
would,
stay on the subject.
I would like your reasonableness, and I'm not getting that. Again, I would like to again congratulate the Obama administration. For too long, we have been pumping and pumping at city councils all across the country and asking them to please look at the military veterans, whether they are African Americans, white Caucasian, Asians, or Latinos. They are superb. They are a different element, a different breed of human beings that again stand on principle. They're not crazy. They're not stupid, but they got something that you don't have, and that is integrity. Integrity. Does that meet your criteria, City Attorney? Again, thank you very much,
Thank
President
you.
Obama.
John Walsh, next. Mr. Walsh, then Mr. Sachs. Number 29, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh not in the room. Mr. Sachs, number 29.
Thank you again. Since you're taking two items at the same time, do you get more than 2 minutes for this? Mr. City Attorney, could you...
You filled out one card, you get 2 minutes. You
But you're
filled out
taking
one
two
card.
items. Okay. Congratulations for the cities to support President Obama's Job Act. But it doesn't say really how the city is going to spend this money, how it's allocated out. And we've had allocations done with our funds that seem to go nowhere, the DWP, transportation, shovel-ready jobs, shovel-ready projects that seem to go nowhere, street paving, sewer infrastructure, water infrastructure that seem to go nowhere. But fees go up, money is collected, and studies are done, and work isn't finished. So, what is the plan for this sale? What is the plan? What projects and what districts are going to get the money? Is that coming forth? I mean, you've had plenty of time for discourse on this situation. Does the public get privy to your discussions regarding what projects are going to be done, how this money is going to be allocated out? And it's requests that Los Angeles receive funds proportionate to its high rate of unemployment. Well, maybe more people would be working in the city of Los Angeles if you eliminated some of the onerous business taxes that seem to be lasting forever. I know you've had discussions. There was a couple of weeks ago, I was corrected that the city is moving in the right direction. They may be very slow moving, but they're moving in the right direction. All you need to do is hold on for another, 10 or 15 more years.
Matt Dowd, number 29 and number 30. Matt Dowd.
Yes, thank you. This is the one we get to talk about the state of the national economy and the city of Los Angeles. See, and here's the problem. It's the same one. The merry-go-round is not out here, Dennis Zine. The merry-go-round is in here, where you get the federal money, and then you appoint your shills and your commissioners, and you allocate all the funds to these people to invest it and build the affordable housing, all the warm and fuzzy things. Let's go solar while we're building the beautiful affordable housing. And then all the cronies take all the money up front, and they don't get to build the things. And that's what all the people out here are really out here about, but we've been warning about it for years, and the problem is really with the people re-electing these guys every time. See, we already had the stimulus and all the stuff. That's how the budget deficit went from 12 trillion to 14 trillion. You know, let's get a hold of the numbers. Europe, they're all broke. Everyone's trading paper. We're just getting more paper now for our grandchildren to pay off. That's what's really happening. You know, they already sold all the real things. They're all gone. The real money, it's all paper now. It's all derivatives and insurance and contracts against this and sovereign defaults and all the mortgage things that Goldman Sachs made up and sold to everyone. So it's all on borrowed money, and you just want to go deeper in the hole because you lost all the pension money. You lost it all. You had the shot. So now we're here going, oh yeah, Obama, let's get some more money. But where's that coming from? You know, it's like get more jobs. It's all warm and fuzzy things again. Of course we want jobs. But it has to be a rational thing, not just borrowing money and throwing it at things and, oh yeah, infrastructure, let's build it and let's do it now and worry about later. No, it's time to worry about it now. And what I'm worried about is what you're going to do with the money, because even if it's all good and we get the money, then it's going to be wasted with frivolous things and front-end loaded contracts with all the management who get to play with all this money. You lost $4 billion.
All right. Mr. Garcetti.
I think Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas. I'm just going by the queue.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Cardenas. We're taking, I think, 29 and 30 together here, and I look forward to Mr. Cardenas, I can say this, being in D.C. and doing his part to make sure that we have some jobs and a Jobs Act or pieces of this Jobs Act passed. Colleagues, when will we in this country have some sense of urgency about jobs? When will we get past our partisan politics to realize that we have before us a crisis in which we see out there, we talk every single day to people on the street, to your point, ma'am, about veterans. I was out this weekend in Silver Lake counting the homeless and interviewing them, and I talked with Frederick, a veteran who's been out of work and he's been on the streets for 20 years. But we see also the face of this crisis in the mother, Carmen, that I met 2 months ago when she bumped into me outside my field office in Hollywood, having spent the night in a shelter far away from where her high school son goes to school. And she said, Mr. Garcetti, I have to get him back to Helen Bernstein High School here in Hollywood. It's where his classes are, it's where his friends are, it's where his future success is. I urge you colleagues to adopt this today. I think this horseshoe should be non-controversial, but this resolution to support the job-creating measures of President Obama's Jobs Act and any further job-creating tools until our jobs crisis is solved. Mr. Cardenas introduced a motion that was for the Jobs Act as a whole, which we should also be supporting. I'll be certainly voting for 29 as well. But after the jobs bill as a whole failed in the Senate on October 11th, I introduced this motion as the next strategy was to President Obama and Senator Reid vowed to break up the bill into several bills and to hold votes in the upcoming weeks on each of these. Poll after poll after poll show an overwhelming majority of Americans want each of these jobs bills to pass. And this resolution lists several of the key provisions that the City of Los Angeles should support in order to create jobs for the people of Los Angeles without adding to the national deficit. For instance, $50 billion in immediate investments in highways, transit, and rails in order to modernize our infrastructure and put construction workers back to work. It includes a Returning Heroes hiring tax credit to encourage employers to hire our veterans. I also urge you to support having the city to receive funds proportioned to our high rate of unemployment. The money that comes to Los Angeles should be a reflection of our 14.8% unemployment rate, not the 9.1 that we see nationally. And we certainly have ground to stand on, because every dollar we send to Washington, we get less than 80 cents back on. We've been donating to the rest of the country for decades. Los Angeles needs jobs, and I strongly urge you to adopt item 30 and 29 and support creating jobs for Angelenos. And we're not just coming hat in hand. The people of Los Angeles have passed our own jobs creation, whether it's Measure R, which is the half-cent sales tax to do transit projects. And I look forward in coming weeks to unveil some work with the mayor and Mr. Huizar and others about how we can use that money to do infrastructure projects right here and put hundreds of people to work. Or whether it's Proposition O right now, which is cleaning up our water, and have people today doing huge construction projects to make our water drinkable and swimmable and fishable again. The time for jobs is now. You hear a lot of lip service about it. It is time for action. I hope that you'll all join me in adopting this so that we can pressure Washington to do right by the American people and put them back to work. Thank you.
Ms. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the accuracy and the resolution you introduced. But it's important for us to understand that each one of these elements of this Jobs Act actually stands alone, or cumulatively, obviously, it would have a greater effect. When you're looking at various aspects of what the President has proposed, we're talking about tax cuts to help small business to hire and grow. For example, cutting the payroll tax in half for 98% of businesses. In addition to that, when you're looking at putting people back to work, specifically looking at tax incentives of up to $5,600 to $9,600 for the hiring of unemployed veterans. When you look at aspects like that, you start to realize that, yes, it is comprehensive. Each one of those items can stand on their own, but it's unfortunate that it appears that politics is actually taking precedent before policy, especially in the House. When you look at some of these ideas were actually ideas that came out of Republicans' speeches and press conferences and things that they said that they would like to see America do to get back our economy back on track. Yet at the same time, when you see that the President agrees and actually puts them forth in his proposal, they get struck down in part or in whole. But it's important for us to understand that our voice needs to be heard and understood in Washington. And the fact of the matter is, people are unemployed all over this country. You have veterans who are unemployed. We do not take care of veterans anywhere near as much as what they've done for us. Yet at the same time, when it comes to politics, those efforts are thwarted. It doesn't make any sense that any one of the houses would actually disagree in whole or in part with these items. I have yet to hear that any of these items have actually had progress in both houses. And it appears that they play a game where one house passes them, the other house stops them. Then one house passes certain measures, and then the other house stops it. So the bottom line is we don't have progress. The unemployment rate is stagnant, and it is high. And it's unfortunate these are real families, and these are real communities, economies, and communities like ours that are suffering from this. So I think it's important for us to understand that sometimes a resolution might not seem like it's much, but it is important for us to pass these resolutions to make sure that people understand that we are real people, real communities, and we need Washington to get out of this gridlock, stagnated position and to stop playing politics and move forward with responsible legislation. And I agree that the American Jobs Act is, in fact, in whole, a very responsible proposal, but unfortunately, it has to pass through both houses in Washington in order for it to be signed by the President. And hopefully we can see at least some portions of it, pass both houses intact so that the President can sign them and we can get people back to work. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's a no-brainer, folks. What do you think the occupation movement's all about? In part, it's because there are no jobs. We have a good, huge jobless situation, almost 20%, I'm told, in California, one way or the other. Maybe it's officially 12, 14% for us, but those who have given up looking, and a lot of people in the occupation are young people, bright people, who don't know how to get into the system because the system has shut them down. It's a very serious moment in our great nation. In fact, I think 212 next year, 2012, is going to be a big deal. That's where the energy of everyone needs to participate in the political process, in the State Assembly, State Senate, House of Representatives, United States Senate, and I dare say the presidency. The American people are waking up. They're waking up to the fact that the middle class is in serious jeopardy. Jobs have gone overseas. It's profits over people. Corporations have the same rights as humans. I mean, that's crazy. It should never be. The super rich taxing has gradually been eaten away since the 80s to the point now where they're not paying their fair share that helped equalize it. We have these war on terror after we finish the Cold War and spend trillions of dollars in Iraq and Afghanistan. That makes no sense at all. And so we need to create the jobs. This is what Roosevelt did. I mean, it's a no-brainer. That's what they did in the 30s when we had the Great Recession or Depression, whatever we want to call these things. But jobs is a way to make the future stronger for America. So, of course, we support this. But the real strategy is elect good people in 2012 that agree with the 99% that are on our lawn, because they constantly remind us that there's huge issues out there. So it's a no-brainer. Vote yes on both of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, our final man on the queue.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Garcetti and Councilor Cardenas, for introducing these resolutions. It's good to hear a future Congress member speaking about Congress and their role in the future, right, Councilmember Cardenas? Okay. But last week in Washington, we had over about, I'd say, 125 municipal leaders, mayors, council members meeting with the Obama administration. And they made it very clear that their priorities are to bring resources so that we can prevent teacher layoffs, police officers being laid off, firefighters being laid off. They talk about how we can provide funding for the veterans who right now are looking for a job. And these are men and women who are giving their life for this country, and they come back to nothing. And that is unjust. Here in the Southern California region, we have a very important issue with the Panama Canal. We need to build our infrastructure so we can compete at the international market. We stand to lose thousands of jobs if we cannot compete with other ports internationally and nationally, and we would tend to lose thousands of jobs if we're not ready. This funding would help us move that process along. Granted, the state, the county, the cities have a role in making sure we are aggressive in completing this infrastructure. But the Panama Canal is real. We are widening it, and we have to be the choice for future trade. If it's not for these funds, we will be having a hard time catching up. On the other issues, the river was built and jobs were created because they lined it with cement. Imagine the jobs we can create by taking out the cement. Imagine all the ecosystems we can restore, all the poor areas we could address, but more importantly, creating a waterfront district that has a new destination for jobs, for housing, for commercial activity, to have a river system that captures the storm water, that cleans the waterway from the urban slobber so we can actually begin to heal our ocean and our beaches. That is what is in front of us, and that is the challenge we have. So people that are listening to us through the television, through cable, through Yahoo, Yoo-hoo, all of these different systems, Twitter, let your congressman know how important this is. Let the Republican side know how important this is. that the Democrats know how important this is. We can't afford any more junior high-ish politics that because they said it, we don't want to support it. We can't afford that. Let's move this country on. Let's compete internationally. And I thank you again for this effort and for your support in making this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Thank you, colleagues. The matter is now before us, 29 and 30. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well. And there's a request to take number 32. 32. Ms. Perry.
Oh, great. Mr. Nichols is here.
Mr. Nichols has arrived.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, I've been working with the Department of Water and Power and the Los Angeles Business Council FIT program developed proposal for over a year, and last spring I introduced a motion requesting that the Department of Water and Power initiate a 75 megawatt program, and they have been working with LABC and other stakeholders in the development of this proposal. The motion currently sits in my committee, which is Energy and Environment, and allows me to continually monitor the status of the development of this proposal. Now, the motion before you today was introduced to allow the city attorney to conduct a legal analysis of the requirements of SB 32 and the FIT proposal. It was also introduced to provide a status report on the solar incentive program, and we will be reviewing these matters very closely in my committee in the next few weeks. Now, regarding the FIT program, Mr. Nichols did come to the committee last spring, and he made a commitment to establish a FIT program. Now, when we initially discussed it, it was going to be a 6 megawatt FIT pilot program and then we began working on language to fine-tune the program. We reached an agreement to gradually increase the program to ultimately meet the 75 megawatts, and I'm going to ask Mr. Nichols to advise us regarding the latest status of the pilot program. I also want you to talk about a term which I think most people are unfamiliar, and that is auction mechanism. That's being used for your proposed feed-in tariff program. I want you to explain what the term means and the difference between auction mechanism versus competitive bidding and a fixed set price model. Is that okay?
Ms. Perry?
Yeah.
We have 21 public comment cards. Do you want to take those after?
Well,
it's your pleasure.
21.
21 cards.
What you might want to do is allow each person 1 minute
We can do
instead
that.
of 2 minutes.
But I don't know if you hear the presentation or...
Why don't we hear the presentation first, because that would be, he's here, and
Okay.
that may answer some people's questions.
Take the cards out,
Yes.
right? Okay. Okay, we'll do that after, but we'll hear from the water
Great.
power
Thank you.
first. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Ron Nichols, General Manager, Department of Water and Power. I have with me here Michael Webster, who has been had a lead role with respect to putting together all of our solar program efforts, and Priscilla Castile of the State Attorney's Office on these issues as well. I will make some brief introductory comments. We have more information in this handout that we intend to cover today, because not only did the Council and Councilmember Perry request that we provide some information on the feed-in tariff program. When I was before you back in August, we talked about the solar incentive program as well, and we pledged to get back to you with regard to how that program was coming. There is some summary information on that program. In the interest of time, we'll leave that information with you. If there's some questions, or if you would care for us to go into that, I would be pleased to do that. Succinctly, with regard to that program, I say it has been a very good success. The reintroduction of that program has been a strong success. It's achieving what we wanted to achieve, and it's hitting both residential and commercial markets, and we are hitting the lease market very well as well. All of those were issues that were raised on that. I would like to have Mike Webster go through the issues with respect to where we are on our feed-in tariff, what our demonstration program is about and the objectives of that, I would ask if you would care for a summary of the issue with regard to the legal matters associated with whether a pay-as-bid program rather than a fixed price program is or is not consistent with Senate Bill 32. Priscilla Castile is available to do that.
I think, okay, you got me? I think it's very important to focus on that issue because I think it's a very technical, narrow issue, and that people need to understand the terms and the ramifications. And, you know, we had asked for a legal analysis, so if you could provide a synopsis of that, I think that would be extremely helpful.
Okay.
And just so that everyone knows, at the end of this, I am going to ask for this to be sent back to committee. So, because I think it's technical and it's a bit complicated, and I don't think we're going to be able to resolve this on the floor today, but, you know, I want you to put this information out here for everyone's consumption.
Very gladly do that. So let me have Mike go through the highlights of the program, explain the pay-as-bid concept, and then turn that over to Priscilla to address the legal issues associated with that matter.
So I'm going to jump to page 9, and this highlights the purpose of the demonstration program, is that it's really about price and process discovery. Now, you'll see listed in your handout on page 9, there's about 10 items we are trying to test. One is we're trying to test to make sure that this program, if someone offers a solar program, it actually gets built. That's what eligibility requirements are all about, is making sure that solar gets built in Los Angeles. We also need to test the application process, make it sure that it's streamlined and it's efficient. We need to make sure we're selecting the right projects. Interconnection issues are usually important to us because we need to make sure that any solar that's connected to our grid on a local level is not going to create instability in our grid, and that our grid will remain strong for all of our ratepayers in Los Angeles. We also want to make sure that we're analyzing the resources that are coming on board, and are they performing as expected. And you'll see price discovery, which I mentioned earlier. We also want to test the pacing of the integration, and again, to make sure that a system stays reliable and strong. Make sure the systems that are installed are safe. And what we're doing in the demonstration program is we're trying to limit the size so that we have more participants, and we're hoping that the vendors that are participating with us are actually working with us. There's a dialogue. They're going to tell us what's wrong, what's right, how we can improve the processes as we move forward. And so we believe that the demonstration will give us the information necessary so that when we craft a larger program and roll out a larger feed-in tariff program, we do it right. We have the right amount of staffing that can handle it. We've streamlined processes, and we do it in the right way for the city of Los Angeles. And so as I jump to page 11, we talked a little bit about the price and process discovery. But there's another reason also to do a demonstration, is that one of those reasons is we know the PUC is going through a rulemaking process right now, and they are looking at what is the right way to set a feed-in tariff price, and they're looking at different mechanisms. We would like to use that information to inform our board when they're making decisions on a larger feed-in tariff program. We also know utilities in the state are struggling with feed-in tariff because solar prices are continuing to fall, and sometimes they fall at a very, very fast rate. And so what we want to do is we want to have a system that's robust enough to capture those falling solar prices so it benefits all the citizens of Los Angeles. Now, the Board of Water and Power has been enabled to make that decision. The city attorney will talk about this in a second, but we want to use that information to inform that decision. So the pilot, plus what's going on in the PUC, plus what other utilities are doing. Now, as far as the status, is that we have prepared the board package, and we're planning a December board meeting to take an ordinance to City Council for consideration, which would delegate authority to the Department of Water and Power to enter into a 25-year solar agreement with vendors and to develop the guidelines and the standard offer PPA. We have drafted those guidelines. We have the standard offer PPA ready to go. So as soon as this council decides it is appropriate to delegate that authority, we can take that to the board with the hope of launching a demonstration program in the January, February, March timeframe of 2012. Now, the other question was related to price discovery and what we are actually doing. What we are trying to do in price discovery is have a competitive process, which is pay as bid. This is very different than an auction. Pay as bid says that a vendor will go out, they will look at their rooftop, they will decide how much it's going to cost, they'll decide what their profit margin is, and then they will bid that in. If that project is selected, that's the price they're going to be paid. And that'll give us some price discovery as we award multiple systems as we use up that 6 megawatts. Now, an auction is a little bit different. An auction is where people bid into a process, but then there is a clearing price, and everybody gets paid that clearing price. And that is not what we're contemplating with the demonstration program. And the last mechanism is a fixed price program. Now, what the other utilities in California are doing is they use avoided cost. And they say our avoided cost is 8, 9, 10 cents a megawatt hour, and that is the price that we're using to put out there for a feed-in tariff. And so while there's many, many subscriptions, very, very few projects are getting built because the price was not high enough to build those projects. And that's why the PUC is struggling with other pricing mechanisms that would get solar built under a feed-in tariff program, but also track falling prices. And we're not sure how that's ultimately going to fall out. So I'm going to refer this now to the city attorney for a little more discussion.
And before we do that, I just want to reinforce one point here. One of the reasons that we're trying to do a... Yes. Sure.
Point of clarification, in your statement you said 9 cents a megawatt hour, or did you mean kilowatt?
Kilowatt hour.
Kilowatt, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Because people are going to flood the place.
Right, right. One of the reasons that we're doing this in a demonstration phase is to sort out the bugs, to be blunt. We have experience of having gone through our solar incentive program. We learned a lot during that process. We learned that one thing is that we don't know all the answers, and we don't know all the times how the market's going to respond. So we want to use this initial demonstration program to sort that out, get it right, learn the market, interact with our customers, and start this out on the right foot. And from that, I believe that we can learn. We can then determine what will our pricing mechanisms on the longer term be, but start it with getting some good information in the market and information on pricing. So that's one of the main reasons, in fact, the key reason as to why we're structuring the pricing mechanism that we are and why we're structuring the size that we are. And another factor with respect to the size is that it's a level at which we can go forward in our current rate structure and know that we can afford this, learn from that experience, and then create a building block to go forward. So with that, let me turn it over to Priscilla.
And the City Attorney's Office submitted a written report to Council on these issues, and I will summarize my findings here. As you've heard, DWP intends to use the demonstration project for price and process discovery because there's currently uncertainty as to what price levels will draw a reasonable level of participation. And it is currently unclear which features of the demonstration project will form part of the final SB 32 program. The regulatory bodies that govern investor-owned utilities and publicly owned utilities have the authority to implement a feed-in tariff program under SB 32. With respect to the IOUs, those decisions are being made by the PUC. With respect to POUs, those decisions will be made by the governing board of the local publicly owned electric utility. And with respect to DWP specifically, it is the Board of Water and Power Commissioners that has the discretion and the authority to make these determinations. SB 32, as it was modified by SB X12, requires specifically for the IOUs to set a price based on a methodology established by the PUC to determine the market price for electricity. And in contrast to that pricing provision for IOUs, SB 32 is silent on the pricing methodology for POUs. Instead, the law requires the governing board to ensure that the price reflects the value of the electricity generated on a time of delivery basis. but the particular pricing methodology is not specified in the statute and is left to the local governing board. The PUC Energy Division's initial staff recommendation is to use the Renewable Auction Mechanism, otherwise known as RAM, to set the feed-in tariff price. And the RAM is a pay-as-bid competitive auction approach. And the PUC has not yet issued a final decision as to what it will require for the IOUs, and any such decision will not be binding on DWP. Rather, DWP's board has the same authority to make similar pricing determinations with respect to DWP's SB 32 program. SB 32 does not contain a prohibition on competitive.
Hold on one moment, please. We need to quiet the room down. Just one moment. Sergeant Arms, we've got a lot of conversations disturbing the council. There you go. We need to keep it quiet. All right, thank you. Please resume.
Thank you. SB 32 contains no prohibition on using a competitive model, and it appears that using a competitive approach would not be inconsistent with the statute as long as the price reflects the value of electricity generated on a time of delivery basis, but that determination will be made by the board. And the board will also have to consider other legal requirements as it implements SB 32. For example, it will need to address the requirements and in certain cases preference for competitive bids or proposals that is contained in the city charter. SB 32 provides a broad conceptual framework for a feed-in tariff. It does not specify all of the operational details, and just as the PUC is wrestling with the details that it will impose on the IOUs, DWP's board has the authority to make similar determinations with respect to DWP's program, but there is nothing that would prohibit a demonstration project that would help define the details that will form a part of the final SB 32 program.
All right. Mr. Garcetti.
I propose we go to the public comment first, and then I'll come back.
Public comment?
Yep.
Okay. 1 minute per person. There's we started with 21. I think we're at 22 or 23 now. Jim Janelle.
Good morning. My name is Jim Yennel, and I'm the founder and CEO of Run On Sun. We're a local solar power installation company just up the road in Pasadena. By training, I'm a scientist, a lawyer, and most recently, a NAPSAP certified solar PV installer. The feed-in tariff proposal before you today should be a win, but it's not. And the program, as described by the city attorney, may well be legal, but frankly, asking whether it's legal is probably the wrong question. The right question, or at least a better question, is this the proper way to proceed? The answer to that question is surely no, for at least 3 reasons. First, the DWP's proposal, as others, including the author of Senate Bill 32, State Senator McLeod, have said, violates the spirit behind what a feed-in tariff should be, namely first come, first served, a fixed set price, and guaranteed access to the grid. Second, the high uncertainty associated with the DWP's proposal will keep interested but smaller players like my company on the sidelines.
You get 1 minute and your time is up, sir. Thank you. John Walsh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Walsh. John Walsh is not in chambers. The next one is Ryan McAvoy. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Ryan McAvoy. I'm with Gaia. We are a lead consulting, energy modeling, commissioning company. We've been doing this for about 10 years. Our clients for the 5 largest developers in LA are clients for some of these types of services, one of which is Watson Land Company, been around for roughly 150 years. They develop warehouses. I met with them yesterday as we just got LEED Platinum on their headquarters. And one of their big concerns with solar is that it's not a fixed price. They own their warehouses, they have warehouses all over, and they're not interested in looking at solar until there's a fixed price. I worked on a building, we developed a building up in Pasadena 10 years ago, and we had the same problem. So in 10 years, we're not very much further. We still don't have a fixed price. It needs to be in basin, it needs to be easy, it needs to be fixed price, and it should be more than this 6 megawatt demonstration. We have the capability to go bigger, we should go bigger. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Casavon. Carolyn? There you are. Okay, thank you. I can't tell if that's an H or an N at the end.
It's an N at the end.
Okay.
I'm president of the San Fernando Valley Green Team, and we support a 75 megawatt program, fixed price, a simplified application process, and enacting the program now. There was a lot of talk on the last item about jobs, and I think I'd just like to focus on that. The current solar and energy efficiency rebates and incentives are doing their job. They are creating jobs. We're seeing small businesses and medium-sized businesses picking up business and creating new jobs in this area. The Solar Fit program is just going to contribute to this. So we think that that's one of the most important aspects of the program, is creating jobs in basin and at the same time furthering our advancement on renewable energy for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan Gillespie.
Hi, good morning. My name is Evan Gillespie. I'm with the Sierra Club. And first off, thanks to the leadership for their diligence to this issue and their support. We greatly appreciate it. Just want to focus on a couple of things. One, we fully support the proposal that's been brought forward by the Business Council and UCLA. We think it hits the right note in terms of job creation, cost control, and getting the market to scale here in California, and particularly Los Angeles. What's great about the proposal in general is that this is really an opportunity to start taking our DWP bills and redirecting them away from old and dirty coal-fired power plants, and for the first time to get the Department of Water and Power to start buying electricity, clean electricity, from its customers. We've been out talking to folks across the city, canvassing in the Valley, in central Los Angeles and West LA, and the one thing that people really get excited about with this program is the opportunity to create jobs and to start to see their bills come back home to Los Angeles. So we encourage you to move forward with the proposal as constructed or proposed by UCLA and the Business Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. J.R. Deshazi.
Good morning. I'm an energy and environmental economist, and I'd like to just make quickly 4 points. The first is that the demonstration project is indeed an auction mechanism. I'm happy to supply intermediate microeconomics text that will show that there are many different types of auctions, and this is included in them. Second, I've provided you all with some research on where the DWP stands in terms of its solar capacity per capita and its job creation per capita, and we are in the bottom quarter of the utilities in our county, in our region. Also, in terms of the cost per jobs created, Burbank has been able to create a job year in only $36,000. DWP cost $129,000 per job year. My concern is that the current FIT overhead costs are about half the cost of the total program right now. And if we're going to move forward in Los Angeles, we need to make that program much, much more cost effective. Thank you.
Robert Lizagara.
Good morning. My name is Robert Lizaraga, and I'm here representing the Laborers International Union of North America and one of their labor management programs, the LESIT Southwest, which is the Laborers Employers Cooperation and Education Trust. On behalf of the employers, we are here. We want to let you know that we utilize the Laborers Accredited Training School to provide us with the highly skilled trained laborers for the installation of photovoltaic, and we're in support of the Feed and Taft program. So let's enact the 75 megawatt FIT program now and through 2014. LA much needs a FIT program. Shouldn't be held hostage, and uncertain and unprotracted rates increase rates. This FIT is required by law, and LA employers and laborers need jobs, and they need them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Katursky.
The Katursky is always a reminder of the late Molly's hamburger stand. Anyway,
Wayne Spindler.
Yeah, that's right. You know, but you had to pay $1.1 million for the hamburger stand. So, anyway, I can't put solar on my house. Can't trust you people. I mean, you have Ed Asner on the radio, on KBC radio, you know, and he says, "Hi, I'm Ed Asner." and I can put solar panels on your house if you're a Southern California Edison customer. Why doesn't he say DWP? Because DWP doesn't know what it's doing. So what happens is people want to put enough solar panels on their houses to sell back the juice back to the utility. But these guys will never let that happen unless real action is done. So what you should do is go to Ed Asner and the Southern California Edison and do the same thing they're doing, and it should work good.
Benito Robles.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Benito Robles. I'm with the Southern California District Council of Laborers. I'm a field representative. We represent roughly about 30,000 construction craft laborers in Southern California, many of them living here in Los Angeles. We take great pride in our training of our laborers. We help business to get the job done right and safe the first time. We stand ready to assist our employers in the installation of solar photovoltaic panels. We respectfully support a larger FIT program that will create more jobs. It should stimulate more investment and therefore provide access to solar Angelinos, and we'll put more people to work. We have an opportunity to lead a national clean tech industry, attracting more companies to Los Angeles that should hire more workers. At the same time, we would be able to take advantage of these millions in federal tax credits available to Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. James Brennan, followed by Annie Williams.
Hi, good morning, council members. James Brennan with Open Neighborhoods, and thank you for your oversight and leadership on this critical issue of clean energy for Los Angeles. And it's thrilling to hear you talk about the jobs element, which is also interlinked with this. First of all, with regard to the feed-in tariff program, our concerns are that this is really about developing a renewable auction mechanism program as a pilot, and then all of the lessons that we're learning from that are potentially going to be scrapped, and then we're going to develop a feed-in tariff program. We need to develop a program that is scalable to thousands of properties across the city, that has low transaction costs, which means a simple price. The CPUC guidelines are based on a market price referent of this PUC, adjusted by time of use factors, higher rate for solar energy between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. It should be very simple, and that's what's going to be cost effective. I think we're also talking about the solar incentive program. I have concerns that we may be running out of funds for the commercial rebate program, and would like to hear how that funding can be continued through the rest of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, I saw you taking some notes on what James had said. He's one of my constituents. Please respond to that when you get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. And following Ms. Williams will be Will Wright.
Good morning. I'm Ann Williams with the Central City Association. We believe that the DWP needs an opportunity to get it right on the feed-in tariff program before they scale up. So we think that starting small will help avoid the problems we saw with the solar incentive program, where the price was set too high, creating too much demand too fast, and leaving some program participants with a bad experience. This is uncharted territory, so we'd like to let the DWP learn the landscape in a way that will enable faster course corrections so that the program has the best chance for long-term growth. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Wright will be Matt Dowd.
Good morning. My name is Will Wright. I work for the American Institute of Architects, and you may ask, why am I here? The AIA is a strong advocate, and we're trying to inspire public policy leadership to make changes to the city in a bold and direct way to make a more sustainable and more beautiful and more delightful city. And one of those mechanisms would be through a stronger, bolder feed-in tariff program. Other nations, other cities, other counties, other places, other utilities are doing it. We do commend the strong leadership of Ron Nichols, but we think we can go one step further and make this a policy that is more open, streamlined, and ready for the neighbors to take advantage of. It should serve the customers and the homeowners, and we shouldn't be looking at wholesale utility scale answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt Dowd. Alice Druffel, followed by Laura Berland Shane.
morning, City Council and LADWP and Associates. I'm Alice Druffel from California Interfaith Power and Light. We're members of the LA Green Coalition, and we're strongly in support of the proposal from the LA Business Council and UCLA. The program that we believe must have a first-come, first-served basis, have a fixed price, have a must-take contract, and provide guaranteed access to the grid. And we strongly support 75 megawatts feed-in tariff through 2014. I'm happy to say that a growing number of congregations in DWP territory are going solar. We hope to be part of this program, and we're strongly committed and tireless in our efforts to caring for the earth and her inhabitants. And we will be in support of LA City Council members and DWP as you go forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Berlin Shane, followed by Dr. Ronald Johnston.
Good morning. I am Laura Berlin Shane. I'm with Siemens. I'm with their solar group. And I'd like to speak to the critical need for a fixed price for the solar feed-in tariff. I've been in the solar industry for about 9 years now, and I would say the most daunting obstacle for both commercial and residential installers to implement solar is financing. And for financing to take place, a fixed price is really necessary. It's very, very difficult to get financing for a solar project without knowing what the price will be for the payment. And most people cannot afford to buy solar. The upfront costs are much too expensive, even with the price of solar coming down as it is. So I would urge that a fixed price be implemented. Feed-in tariffs around the world, such as Germany, have created huge solar industries, and these are all fixed price tariffs. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, followed by Peter Gutierrez.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Ronald Johnston, and I am the Executive Director of the Union Roofing Contractors Association. My association represents approximately 30 large commercial roofing contractors, union-affiliated, and employs approximately 1,500 union roofers. My association has been actively involved with the LABC task force regarding the feed-in tariff program. We support the UCLA study, and we also support the LABC advocacy of a 75 megawatt demonstration program, as well as a 150 megawatt demonstration project by the year 2016. We have a well-established apprenticeship program in our new facility in Pomona. We deal extensively with PV installation, and I would like to summarize this by stating that there are two issues that need to be addressed down the line, and that is roof integrity and roof warranties. Thank you,
Doctor. Peter Gutierrez, followed by Brad Cox.
Good morning, members of the council. Great to be here in front of you. Peter Gutierrez with Latham & Watkins. I've been working with LABC on the feed-in tariff issues for a couple of years now, and all I wanted to say is that when you look at what SB 32 requires, what it says is that the utility has to make this tariff available on a, quote, first come, first served basis. And so when you're considering how to set up this program and considering whether or not bidding or a competitive process is allowed, you look at the plain meaning of words and phrases in the statute. And all I'm saying is that first come, first served basis is really not consistent with the concept of bidding or a competitive process. First come, first served means you line up, there's a fixed price, and you just start letting people participate in the program. An auction or bidding mechanism isn't consistent with that concept.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, followed by Gary Russell.
Good morning, esteemed councilmen. Brad Cox. I'm here in my role as the chairman of the LA Business Council Institute. We all share a vision to make LA the leading green city in the United States, and the In-Basin Solar Program will help us achieve that goal. In addition to meeting our SB 32 obligation, the FIT will provide an economic jobs program that will create real local jobs for our building trades, one of the most impacted employment sectors in this great recession. Let me be simple in my explanation of my support of the program. We have millions of square feet of underutilized horizontal rooftop space available on our industrial buildings in the city, which can be turned into clean mini solar power plants. Out-of-basin solar installations have challenges in creating the transmission to the local grid. An in-basin FIT program is designed for the benefit of ratepayers, the customers of DWP, not third-party solar developers who propose to lease rooftops and often fail to deliver timely contracts which are not financeable. Lowest bid does not guarantee delivery of solar.
Thank you. Gary Russell, followed by Cecilia Aguilon.
Good morning. My name is Gary Russell. I'm the Executive Director of the Wilshire Center Business Improvement District. I'm here in support of the Clean LA Coalition's position. I think we need a more robust, more developed program. The 75 megawatt is what we need now. We in our community has been working diligently for a program, an energy conservation program, over 1,000 buildings. We're now into energy audits. We have about 40 audits have been done already. We need to take it to the next step, and that is to look at solar. The program that DWP has now is commendable as a first step, a start, but we need now immediately to move into a much larger program and a simpler program, a fixed fee program that my owners can participate in, which are a lot of small businesses. This program currently I don't think works to that endeavor. It would enhance, I think, again, a larger program, a better program for jobs and activity for this city. Thank you.
After Cecilia will be Arnold Sachs. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. Cecilia Guillon, representing the California Solar Energy Industries Association and my company, Kyocera. I'm here to strongly advocate for the LA Business Council proposal in UCLA. The city has no other market in the world has had a world-class university to do a rigorous study and analysis on how to design a feed-in tariff that leaves you a return on investment. UCLA has done it. Please do not go on the path of reverse auctions. They have failed. They failed in Arizona, where the market is pretty much stalled in the commercial sector. And as you can see, the RPS solicitations, even in the California program, have not provided any meaningful amount of deployment. If you worry about offering too much money, what you do, you start small, like somebody offer here, and then you have a trigger mechanism whereby you decrease the pricing as you achieve a number of megawatt goals. That's what the PBI program did in the CSI, and it has been the most successful program in North America. So I strongly support LA Business Council proposal.
Thank you, ma'am. Arnold Sachs. Followed by the next speaker, Jessica Duboff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Things that are important out of this discussion, two pieces of legislation, one involving the PUC, which deals with investor-owned utilities, and one involving the DWP, which is a publicly owned utility. The rest of it is all just speaking out of both sides of your mouth. But also, last year, I believe, didn't the DWP have an item on the ballot for solar initiatives? How much of this discussion is a carryover from the solar initiative ballot that was turned down by the public? And how much of this conversation reflects on that solar initiative that wasn't brought to the public's attention when that item was put on the ballot? And let me say one final thing. 3 words: ratepayer advocate. What's the status of the ratepayer advocate?
Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jessica Duboff. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Building a robust local green economy in our region is a high priority for our 1,600 business member organizations. California leads the nation in clean and green innovation and the development of sustainable business practices that will be an economic engine for the next decade. The Chamber joined the Clean LA Coalition to advocate for a solar feed-in tariff program because we strongly believe in the importance of reliable, affordable, and diverse energy supplies. Solar programs can create good jobs and move LA forward in improving our air quality and meeting impending state mandates. We greatly appreciate Councilmember Perry's introduction of a motion for a 75-megawatt pilot program to lay the groundwork for a possible larger program, and would like to thank the DWP for exploring the initiative this summer. Our concern with the demonstration program as currently designed is the possibility that due to the size and guidelines, smaller customers and companies could be boxed out in favor of larger companies that may not be locally based. We hope for a continued partnership with the DWP on the development of a quality feed-in tariff program. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ginny Privat. Followed by Mary Leslie.
Hi, good morning. I'm Janine Privat representing Global Green USA. We're an environmental nonprofit and a member of the LABC. Global Green's work over the last 15 years has largely focused on implementing clean energy solutions in low-income and underserved communities. We think these communities present a unique opportunity to help the clean energy industry grow. We would like to see more clean energy in Los Angeles, and we strongly support the LABC's Clean Energy Solar Program. We need a true feed-in tariff with a fixed price mechanism and a simple process to encourage participation across sectors in the city of Los Angeles. A larger 75-megawatt demonstration program would create much-needed jobs in communities across Los Angeles and save ratepayers money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Leslie. I'm president of the Los Angeles Business Council, and I just want to thank the council leadership, both Council President Eric Garcetti and Councilwoman Jan Perry, the chair of the E&E Committee, on having spearheaded and led this debate over the last year and a half. Ever since our mayor gave us that bold vision of over 1 gigawatt of solar for Los Angeles, it really inspired businesses and nonprofits in Los Angeles to think about this could be possible. And why would it be good for us? Well, I think State Senator Negrete today in the Daily News did an op-ed explaining why she authored this bill and why the governor signed it. And it's very clear what the intent of this bill is. This is for LA businesses and nonprofits to be part of our renewable energy solution. And in order to do that, it has to be really simple. The application has to be simple, the price has to be fixed, the guaranteed access to the grid has to occur, and then what will happen is businesses will be willing to finance solar to create reliable and sustainable jobs. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeffrey Hansen. Jeffrey Hansen, not here. Mr. Hansen, is that you? All right.
Jeffrey Richardson.
Okay, well, I couldn't read the writing, sir, but
I'll take it. Thank you.
the security officer told me it was Hansen.
Hey, I'm Jeffrey.
You don't have to put your hands up. It's all right.
That's another discussion. My name is Jeffrey Richardson. I'm the president and CEO of a company called Imani Energy. We do work in communities, specifically focusing on getting opportunities for jobs in the solar sector for low-income and people of color communities. We're proud to be here today to support the efforts of the Los Angeles Business Council, the Clean LA Coalition. Just want to go over about 3 things. One, that we need to have a fixed cost, as has been stated, so that it is reasonable and feasible for people to participate in the business sector. 2, that there's ease of accessibility, not onerous paperwork, etc., so that can actually be utilized. And 3, jobs, jobs, jobs. The economy is at a critical state. We all know that. We see what's happening around this building. I just left a group of young people who we're doing training with in selling solar power systems to get them into this fast-growing industry. The future depends upon us. We need a bold program that will really move LA to be a model for the whole nation. Please do it now. Take advantage of the significant resources in sun and rooftops that we have. Make a difference. We can do it. LADWP must move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ronaldo Veseliza.
Thank you. My name is Ronaldo Veseliza. I'm an architect. I'm also with the U.S. Green Building Council. I'm building community colleges right now, but the issue of jobs is critical. Also, the issue of green power is critical. The effort here is not complicated. It's small. It's not big enough. It needs to be bigger. We also are still using power from a coal-fired plant in Arizona that is polluting the air over there. Now, if we asked to bring that plant over here to make it local, you wouldn't want that. So if you bring solar power here, it will be local, it will be green, it will create jobs, and will help everybody. So DWP, good move, move larger and faster. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michelle, it looks like Kinman. Is it Kinman?
Kinman,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. I'm Michelle Kinman, Clean Energy Advocate with Environment California. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on this program. We believe that the timely adoption of a strong feed-in tariff is critical to enabling LA to take full advantage of its rooftop solar potential, create good career jobs, and stimulate economic investment in our communities. In order to achieve these priorities, it is essential that the program is simple, transparent, and not only within the letter of the law, but within the spirit of a traditional feed-in tariff. While we are pleased about the process of establishing this program, we have significant concerns about both the structure and size of the program. As clarified today, the current proposed program is designed as a competitive bidding process rather than a classic feed-in tariff, which offers long-term fixed-price contracts to customers on a first-come, first-served basis. The tariff must be high enough to drive investment in the program and must also be simple enough with little bureaucracy to encourage investment. Thus, we strongly recommend that the program be restructured around a set price based on abundantly available market data. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the San Fernando Valley, to Van Nuys City Hall. Julie Kane. Julie?
Solar incentive program.
Are you
feed-in
Julie?
Tariff,
Hold on a
net
second.
metering.
Are you Julie?
Those are all terminologies that we should be familiar
We're looking
with.
for Julie King.
Julie King has left the building, as did 3 other Asian
All
females.
right, you're
who
the
came
only
on a field
person there?
trip.
Are you
And
the
a
only
professor.
person there?
There's also Anna Rosa here. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Who else is there? Go up to the microphone. Your name, please?
I'm the next person.
What's your name?
My name is Ana Rosa Murillo. I would like to thank Encore for being here.
Are you the only 2 people in that room, ma'am?
Yes, we are.
All right, go ahead.
And there is also a security officer in front of me.
All right. Well, he better be there. We'll hear from you too, and we'll have him watch you. And we're watching you here. Go ahead.
Correct.
Go ahead.
After you.
All right. So I got my BS from UCLA in 2007, right? Ecology, behavior, and evolution. So I hope you respect my intelligence a little bit. But Professor DeShazo, I can't say his name, but he came down there. He only gets a minute to speak here, and you're going to give me 2. This just shows you're not doing your job, because he's an expert in this field, and you need to be paying attention to him. Specifically to Councilmember Englander. Professor DeShazo did a whole solar map of the entire city of Los Angeles. Where is there the most rooftop potential, right? Guess what, Mitch? You know it. It's in Chatsworth, that commercial district. So I started a company. My company's name is Proletariat Technology LLC, right? If you guys can choose to give your money this way or that way, and Ron Nichols is here. You know, respect people's intelligence. Absolutely. Ron Nichols makes a big difference here. So I'm asking, I actually got 6 solar panels in my garage, and I'm trying to figure out how to use them. By the end of the year, right, the federal 30% tax credit is going to end. We need to have 5% of each of these projects in place before that happens. So with Ron Nichols here and hopefully a couple of council members paying attention, let's make sure at least I get one of these projects that is 5%. I still got 52
Thank you.
seconds.
No,
because you made a
you only
mistake.
had 1 minute, sir. It's only 1 minute. We're going by the clock down here. So our next speaker, you get 1 minute. And lady will be our last speaker. 1 minute on the clock. Apparently the clock out there reads 2, but it's 1, and we're keeping time here. So the lady is now your turn.
Can I get an apology at least, please?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I apologize for all of us. All right, ma'am, go ahead. You get 1 minute. Go ahead, your turn. I express my apology.
I would like to say that during this presidential Obama, this whole thing towards renewable energy, he's distributed just a few out of the grant, out of the money given to the different corporations. He I think,
Solyndra.
Solyndra.
That was a $500 million deal.
So it was divided to very small corporations, which leaves us, where is LA with this whole renewable energy? Where is California with this renewable energy? Measure B?
Measure B. Measure B.
I'm...
Measure B, right? That was a vote.
No coaching from the audience. All right.
You forget the sense of community, do you?
We do. Is
Yeah.
the time up yet?
It's clear. It's clear to us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right. That's it for the public speakers. Mr. Garcetti, we added some humor to that.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the public for all their comments. Thank you for everybody who is here. To Mr. Patel, just take those things out of the garage, and that's a good start for using the solar power. But we had a wide-ranging set of opinions. I really want to thank our labor folks that are here, the laborers who have just been incredible. I've gone and I've seen the facility where you're trained and ready. Our academics, our architects, our businesses. This is a pretty extraordinary group that keeps coming back to council, and I think that's significant for us as policymakers as well as for the department as well. Introduced this motion. I want to thank Councilwoman Perry for her leadership as well with the original motion on the feed-in tariff. But we wanted to look at whether specifically we were meeting the legal requirement that was written in SB 32 specifically about how we should be implementing feed-in tariffs throughout the state. Let me give a little bit of background, say a couple of things philosophically, and then ask a couple questions on that. There is a robust solar program here in Los Angeles that can succeed. I think it's time for us to make that commitment. The political coalition is unlike anything that I've ever seen here. The workforce is ready, and we've got the sunlight and a utility that we own. It's a pretty rare moment for all of it to have all of those things in one city. Other cities who are making it work with solar much more aggressively than us would fall over themselves to have all of these ingredients that we already have. This, I think, is a classic case of also making sure we don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, because I agree with everything that you've said at the table in terms of if you're trying to find the perfect and lowest price point, this isn't a bad way forward. But the question for us is, what is the cost of the time that we are taking before we implement a robust feed-in tariff program in jobs, in our economy? There was just a briefing at the White House that I was a part of that looked at, solar manufacturing gets a lot of attention. There's not going to be a ton of solar manufacturing in the United States. We just have to accept that and know that. But you know what? In solar, it is such a small percentage of the jobs that are created. It is the installation jobs that are the backbone and the businesses of what the solar revolution can do for our economy, especially in these tough times. A strong, clear, and certain solar program, I think, can make Los Angeles a leader in emerging energy industries, and we have to figure out a way to make this work. A couple things. One, there was talk early on from the department about low-income program that seems to have just fallen off completely, and I'd love for you to address that. I'm going to ask you a few questions because I know each one would probably gobble up the rest of my time, so if you don't mind, I'll just lay them out. Two, how do we ensure, I think the big hesitation that I hear from all my friends in the audience and for some of us is that here we have a 6-megawatt program. How do we ensure that there is actually a timeline and a plan? Not just, okay, we'll figure this out and then come back to you with the plan, that we're going to figure out what that price point is and then we'll begin the discussions. We want it to be ready to go so that if you see this will, and certainly as you come to us and you're looking at rate increases and other things that I think we are selling you what some of our policy priorities are, I don't think we've had as strong a policy priority around this horseshoe. And so I know you're hesitant because things cost money. We just discussed $1 billion of dust mitigation, which was none of your fault, that the ratepayers are paying for us not to figure out a way to actually put our money behind things that we do want, and people are volunteering to pay, whether it's a green energy checkoffs on our power bills or not. We've shown that commitment from the people. So how do we ensure a timeline or benchmarks for a minimum 75 megawatt FIT program to create that certainty in the industry, because it's still flailing out there? And also I want to thank Mr. Reyes. I introduced a motion last year to streamline solar permitting here in the city of Los Angeles. It was just heard in Plum, and it will come forward to the council in the coming weeks. But, when I look at some of the applications of other utilities, they've kept it simple. And what are we going to do to ensure that this application is kept simple? I think SMUD has one that's, and GRU have one that are like 10 pages. Sometimes we've seen out there that we get lost in our own complexity of the actual applications. So those would be the three questions, and just some concluding statements real quick to say as well before you answer that. To me, the four principles are, we have to show a depth of commitment. I appreciate that you are showing some commitment, and that is a sea change. But we have to show a depth of commitment now. And if you have some of your bosses around here, and I mean all of us here, but we're not your only bosses, saying, do this. We have a coalition pretty unparalleled out there saying, we can help implement this. That depth of commitment I'd like to see mirrored from the department. Secondly, what is that timeline of implementation? Have that there. Third, simplicity of the application. And then also, what are we going to do for our low-income customers as well? I know this is a bit of a theological issue. You either say, let's bid this out and go to the lowest price, or let's have a fixed price and we may actually not do it as cheaply. But I do think the time that is wasted in between finding the very, very perfect price and actually getting this industry going, especially when there's a lot of people out to work, is, for me, unacceptable. What can we do to accelerate that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. With regard to depth of commitment, I think you hit upon the key point. We want to do these issues. We want to address these issues. We want to move forward with the solar program, but we at the same time need to do so at a level that we know that we can commit to from a revenue perspective. And we are moving towards getting a ratepayer advocate on board so that we'll get some clarity to that process. I applaud that. I'm looking forward to it. And we believe that as we go through this demonstration program, work through that, we'll get the information such that with the ratepayer advocate on board, we can then say we've learned that, we know what the prices are, we know how the system works, and now we can, armed with having a ratepayer advocate on board, being able to address our revenues and requisite rates, we can then make that commitment. We do have a plan to ramp up to the 75 megawatts, and we will be prepared to lay that out for you. We've been holding back on getting that out as we get a little bit better timeline as to when we think we'll get some clarity around rates, to be blunt with you. On the issue of, on that timeline, we can get that information back to you in terms of what we're thinking in that regard. Be happy to do that
I'm sorry if I can, I know I'm a little bit over it. I prefer, and we've had private conversation about this, maybe not to play those games, and I'm not saying that you're playing games, but I think traditionally it's kind of like, well, we'll let you know when you're committed to the rate increase, et cetera. I think you have a better shot at a rate increase, which we know is going to happen and has to happen, happens in all utilities. We still are 20% lower than for our residential customers than Edison, et cetera, if we know up front what sort of cost that is. So in other words, if you're waiting to see what the clarity is in the timeline of the rate increase, that puts it all behind, as opposed to, here's what we think 75 megawatts. If you want to do it as a fixed price, this is our best bet on it. This is how much it would cost, and this is how much you're going to have to raise the rates. That allows us to make that decision and the public to hear that and to say, yes, we do want that, because we don't want to have a coal-based power system. We don't want to lose the jobs that would be a part of this. So instead, you know what I'm saying, instead of waiting for the second step, put that up front. And to your point, what are you talking about when you say lay it out? Are you looking at 3 or 4 months for this pilot to be done from now, and then we're able to say that and make that assessment? Or are we looking at a year?
Well, I think we'll have upon the time that we implement this, just in the same manner that we saw within 60 days of when we restarted the solar incentive program. We saw what the market response was. We knew where we were, and I think we'll have our arms around that in that same sort of time frame in the feed-in tariff program. I think we'll have a good handle on that market response and be able to get back to you pretty quickly upon our initiation of it.
The other question?
And then you asked about the simplicity issue. We've heard that. We have heard some comments back on that. We're in terms of both the application process and our power purchase agreement. Going back to the latter point first on the power purchase agreement, we're going through that agreement right now to see can we reduce some of the we'll call boilerplate language that comes out of kind of the city contracting that we were put in there, and see if we can make that simple. I know people said, can you get it down to a 10-page contract? I don't know that we can do that and still comply, and I don't think council here is prepared to say what we can and can't do in that regard, but we are looking at simplifying that contract. I don't know, Mike, if you want to make any comments with respect to the application itself.
Well, no, we are looking at it, and we will figure it out, whether it's the boilerplate ends up in the guidelines themselves, and the contract will be based on the applicable guidelines at that time, or they're part of the contract. And we're working with the city attorney to try to figure out what's the best way to do that. Now, you did ask a question about lower income, and on page 17 of the package that you have in front of you, we did address that, and we have started the process on lower income. We've had a workshop to bring some of the solar developers in to talk about it, different ideas. We are thinking about ideas related to building some sort of a loan loss reserve fund. That'll entail working with the banking entities, maybe possibly some of the insurance entities out there to try to figure out if that makes sense, so that lower credit rating individuals can then qualify to put solar on their homes because the credit is being backed by this reserve fund as a concept. But we also want to package solar for lower incomes with other things, for example, whole house energy efficiency and weatherization, because if we can reduce their costs, right, that would give them more funds available to install solar. So we're trying to look at it as a comprehensive, not only energy efficiency, our existing programs, but also some of these other new concepts that we're trying to work our way through.
All right, we ready for the next one, Mr. Garcetti?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you very much. One of the things that concerns me is that we have an objective that has been put upon us by the state legislature in California that we need to be getting in the range of 75 megawatts of a feed-in tariff program here for the Department of Water and Power of Los Angeles. And all we're contemplating right now is, I don't know if it's a typo. Some of my notes are saying 5 megawatts. Some of my notes are saying 6 megawatts. So what is it?
6 megawatts.
6, okay. Because on the screen it says 5 megawatts. So 6 megawatts, at least on the screen on the what we're when they post the item that we're talking about. So we're talking about 6 megawatts. But I just want to remind the department, and Ron, you weren't here with the department at the time, but unfortunately the department has acted in a way where if the board and or the council don't get the department to actually have strict timelines and strict objectives with timelines, time passes tremendously long before we actually see the department follow through with what they verbally claim that they want to do. And I'll give you a perfect example. When I was in the state legislature, I was leading the charge to make sure that local municipal districts like ours were able to create their own renewable portfolio standard, rather than having the state dictate what our portfolio standard would look like. I believe in local control. I believe that the department needs to design things based on what they see and how they see they need to run the department. And lo and behold, I fought that fight. We were able to be successful in exempting local municipal districts like ours from having to adhere to a state imposed strict standard, and we were able to draw up our own. Several years later, I ended up on the city council, and I was chairing the committee that oversaw the Department of Water and Power. And in my ignorance, I was very happy to say, by the way, show me your renewable portfolio standard. And I got blank stares. And I said, why are you looking at me like that? They said, because we don't have one. And I said, but several years ago, the representatives of the Department of Water and Power traveled to Sacramento, testified before committee, convinced me, and I convinced my colleagues, that we should exempt the department from their portfolio standard at the state level, and then we should ink our own. And then several years later, they hadn't even started. Because I said, well, then show me what you've got. They had absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So my concern here is there's just not enough detail on the timelines that the department is going to hold itself to in evaluating this pilot program, giving report backs to the board, report backs to the city council, and making sure that we're holding to strict timelines. Because around here, 3 years goes by in a snap, 5 years goes by, 6 years go by, and then all of a sudden we have the Department of Water and Power asking the city council and the mayor to go to Sacramento and to get some kind of exemption. So what I want to see is I want to see stricter timelines as to when you expect to get feedback information so you can evaluate this pilot program, and then so that we can get to the 75 megawatts. Because right now this is next to nothing. And this is not good enough because it lacks detail. It lacks timelines. And without timelines, I don't trust the department. And there's absolutely no reason why we should trust the department, because when we don't force the department to be specific, then time goes by. A few months becomes a few years, and that's unacceptable.
Well, Councilman, I appreciate your comments. I would say the timeline, the timing that you're talking about, the past performance, I would say that is then and this is now. I think the action that we took forward on the solar incentive program is a good example of that. I suspended that program in April of this year, said within about 120 days we would get it back up. We did that. We came back, we restructured the program, we had a number of workshops on that program. I appeared before this council on that. We moved forward and we started it back up September 1, and I'm pleased with that. So when we lay out a plan now, I think we're living with those. I'm happy to come back to this council and present a timeline for how we go from the demonstration plan up to the 75 megawatts. I've heard that loud and clear, and I would be pleased to provide a specific timeline, steps along the way as we have. Yeah. We are developing. We actually have a draft plan internally that we're prepared to present to our board soon.
Now, understand, I do believe that the department should make the detailed determinations as to how to interpret the details of the information using your own engineers and your own economics within the department, et cetera. All those things should remain within your department. But unfortunately, we need to make sure that we have stricter timelines that you commit to, that you feel confident you can meet. And if for some reason you can't meet those timelines, when those timelines are getting closer, you tell us why or why not and justify it. But for us to just say, well, we're going to go with a pilot program, and then sooner than later we'll get back to you and let you know how it's been going. No, I don't want sooner than later. I want 90 days, 120 days. I want to know exactly how many months it's going to take to get past this threshold, that threshold, for you to present your findings, your information, so that we can move from a pilot program to eventually a well-thought-out, well-engineered, full-fledged program like the state of California is requiring us to do.
We can definitely present a program like that. We're laying that program out now. We're just putting the finishing touches on that. Okay. As we move forward, I'd be glad to get that information.
Great. My last point, Mr. President.
Your time is way over.
By what date will you be ready to present that to us?
We could present that within a month.
Within 30 days?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Reyes.
First of all, did you say that was then or that was them?
Then.
Never mind. I'm just curious.
Probably would be both.
Thank you for the clarification. This is a very complicated issue in many respects, and I'm looking forward to having further discussion in committee. But first of all, if you polled the people of Los Angeles on whether they support solar initiatives, it would probably poll very high, 80, 90%. But if you asked them, would you pay double for that power as what you're paying for other power, it would probably be very similar to the vote for the ratepayer advocate. And so we have to recognize that whatever we do, there's going to be those who like it and those who don't. But I think that the general notion of building a solar industry is a good notion. In fact, that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that we haven't developed the technologies to the extent that we can lower the price. And if we don't invest in the technology, we won't create the competition to lower the price. And so that is what it is. I mean, we've been waiting maybe for better technology to be able to lower the price, but it has never come close, or maybe it's as close as it's ever been, but it's never been, at less than double what the average price of the other purchases we make in energy. So that's the dilemma that we're facing. We want to move forward. We want to drive this industry. We want to use solar power. We have so much of it in our midst. That is the challenge. The concern I have with the discussion about whether we have a competitive bid or a fixed price is very similar, because I'm concerned. One thing I'd like to know in committee, not right now, but what is the experience of those who've had a fixed price? I've heard that some places have gone bankrupt when there's been a huge demand that could not be controlled, and that would lend toward having a small program, that's capped, so that we won't ever get to that problem. But the real fear I have of a fixed price is that you would set the price so high nobody would want to buy it. So those people who are asking for a fixed price might get what they asked for, and it might not be what they're willing to buy. Whereas the competitive price allows us to adjust as the market adjusts. As new technology enters the market, who knows? Somebody might invent something in 6 months that will really drive down the cost, and if that happened, then we could lower the price. Conversely, we may find ourselves in a reverse situation where we would have to increase the price to protect the ratepayers. And we can bet that the ratepayer advocate is going to be watching this thing like a hawk to ensure that the ratepayers aren't bearing a greater burden. So, all that being said, the bottom line is that I think we should move forward with a program, a demonstration program, if you will, but we have to move forward with a program to help drive the market and hopefully eventually create the demand that will lower the price in general. Secondly, we have to be mindful of economies of scale, and the DWP's actual track on solar, the main track on solar, has very little to do with feed-in tariff. It has more to do with investing in massive scale technology, and that should generate the bulk of the 1,000 megawatts that we're targeting. Is that accurate?
It's about 50% large scale and about 50% local.
Okay, so we have to put all that in the mix as we move forward. The bottom line is that I do believe we need to move forward with the demonstration project. I think we should be fine with a competitive bid process and allowing for those adjustments that might be necessary depending on market demand. And more importantly, that the global picture will provide us with better opportunities as we move forward. But let's do this. If it were up to me, I wouldn't send it back to committee. We'd just make the vote today. But out of respect for the chair, I'm happy to participate in the furtherance of that discussion. And thank you, City Attorney, for answering the question about the compliance with SB 32. I think you covered that well.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Rosendahl and Ms. Perry.
Well, thank you, Council President. I want to thank my colleagues for this session and our chair, who is overseeing the committee, Councilor Perry. But I want to be very clear. I believe the City of Los Angeles should be using clean, renewable energy. Our UCLA study that was put forth demonstrates that we have sufficient rooftop space to accomplish this goal, and I want to thank them for their hard work. But I also have a concern. I want to put this on the record, in that at the local level, our land use discretion is limited in terms of how we site solar projects. And this council went through that when the whole hillside was covered by solar panels, and created a lot of tension between those who wanted their open space and those who feel we got to get out of coal, we have to get out of this dilemma we're in. So, but the state ties our hands. The state says we cannot influence where it goes. We cannot use local discretion for that. So we need to address this issue, because now as we start talking about a pilot program, the question is where? Where does it go, and how do we protect our view sheds? How do we protect our historic sight lines? How do we look at becoming more pragmatic in implementing. So that's an issue we need to address before it gets more complicated. Yesterday in my committee, we just passed an ordinance that speaks to how we exempt heights so that every property owner doesn't have to get a variance because the zoning law says you cannot put a structure beyond a certain height, which basically eliminates the possibility of putting these solar panels. So we adjusted for that concern. We also put forth that only so much lot coverage could be allowed. So we have requirements now for lot coverage. So again, view sheds, historic structures, and the notion of where we can build it is something that is a big gray area for the city as a whole because of the state restrictions. I'm hoping my colleagues from Sacramento have a way to get us to a place where we can get someone to author a bill that stays within the spirit of state law, but allows us to create parameters for a market to respond so we have some predictability in implementation. The other issue is more about details in terms of what types of jobs are we talking about when we move in a more comprehensive program. And the question is, who will do these jobs? Now, I don't want to get caught between this, well, I'll leave that alone. But understanding those issues, I think, is critical for how we speak to how these jobs are going to be performed and who will do them. And I'll ease up on that and we'll back into that slowly. But this, and the last piece is how do we become an economic development engine when we talk about manufacturing of these facilities, the equipment. My understanding is that it can't happen here because it's a lot cheaper to do it in other countries. And so our ability to stimulate an economic development engine that speaks to manufacturing for local jobs becomes almost mute because we can't compete with the cost of this type of equipment and or necessary parts to make it functional. So I put a lot on the table. You can tell I've been thinking about this a lot. But from a land use point of view, we have to figure out and answer the question what kind of city we will be when it comes to how we allow for solar panels and how we create the parameters to make that move forward. Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Ms. Perry to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I appreciate what you gave us today, Ron. And I think you've been a great general manager, and I appreciate your leadership on a lot of these issues. You heard the discussion. Just to summarize a couple of points, the community groups out here, like Jim Brennan from my community and the Mar Vista people, and the people from all of the different groups that spoke, they really care about this enough that I think you should have another meeting with them and sit and pick brains and get ideas going. Okay? I think the Business Council made some good points too. My constituent made some good points. A lot of people did. But I think you should take another meeting with them quickly. Take a deep breath and discuss it with them and take more insight and ideas from them. The timeline is the most important thing. Look, I'm getting old, I'm 66. I want to get one on my roof. I want to be able to make it work. I want to clearly know what my rebate is, what my story is, so my flat roof can actually have solar. I'm all for solar. God, I want to get off of coal. I want to get off of, oil. I want to get off of all of those things that depend on foreign countries and everything else for our economy. And solar, Southern California is the home for solar. So, timetable. Simplicity. It's got to be simple. Make it simple. I'm a simple guy. I want to be able to understand it and know what I'm working with. And frankly, it was all covered by everybody else. I know Ms. Perry's going to take it into committee, tighten it all up, bring it back. Hopefully we'll get together within a month and make some quick decisions before the holidays so that we have a plan in place that everybody can work with. That's where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Ms. Perry to close.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Okay, I want to take this back into committee, and I want the department to be able to work with the stakeholders in this process. We can help you convene the meeting if that makes it easier to discuss and come with a plan. I want to come with a plan with definite language in committee on the reduction of administrative costs, a proposed streamlining of the application process, and an implementation timeline with dates in it so that we can move forward on this and just stop running around in circles. And I'm not saying that you're running around in circles, but we need to stop this and just move forward. And I will work with you to get this. We're out next week, but maybe we can get it done right after Thanksgiving. And if I need to, I'll make this a single item committee meeting. And let's just get this done. So those are my 3 points. Thank you for everybody.
So the recommendation, Ms. Perry?
Going back to E2, we're going to have language from the department on the reduction of administrative costs, language that they will work out in advance with stakeholders, and then we'll help convene the meeting, streamlining the application process and the development of a timeline so that we don't need to be esoteric about this, and it'll be very clear, and everybody will be on the same page, and everybody will know how we're going to move forward. So that's what I'd like to do.
All right. So we'll take a vote on that matter. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very good. Thank you. All right, next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 35, called Special for Cards, and Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl, do you want to hear from the cards first?
Not yet. I just want to do an opening thing. This is my motion I put for us all.
Let me see if there's a number of cards on 35.
Yeah. Great. How many?
Maybe 12.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, let me just make an opening statement. If I could ask Laura to come up and the folks in her department, colleagues, and Mr. Krikorian is going to really take the lead from me since he truly has been a leader for us in Sacramento on this. This came to my attention by my staff, Jim Horowitz, who works very strongly. Jim, come over here for a quick second, would you? Jim is an 83-year-old man who is on my staff. And he cares about seniors and everything else. And he brought it to my attention that we're about to lose a program, and we need to discuss this. There are currently 300 licensed centers serving approximately 32,000 people throughout the state of California, with 166 of these centers in Los Angeles County. In the city of Los Angeles, there are 75 licensed centers serving 10,219 people, accounting for nearly 1/3 of all the program participants statewide. On June 30th, 2011, the governor signed the fiscal year budget which eliminates this program because of Medi-Cal state plan optional benefits. And this will go into effect on December 1 and reduce approximately $160 million in annual state general funds for the program. This would have a dramatic impact on our seniors. It will result in more 911 calls, increased emergency room visits, increased placement into nursing homes, increased investigation for potential neglect, and increased demands for in-home supportive services. I mean, this is a tragedy, folks. If we don't take care of our seniors, what good are we? We should all occupy L.A. and occupy everywhere else in the country if we don't take care of our seniors. That is a given responsibility of our society. In addition, unemployment will likely increase as a result of this and will force individuals to have to consider leaving their jobs in order to provide direct care and supervision for their elderly or disabled family members. Many of you know I have a disabled person in my home, and frankly, it's a challenge for us to take care of one another. But we need to do that. That's what we're all about as society. So if you could give us a quick thumbnail of the story, and so we'll have public comment after that as well. Thank you.
You've covered Laura Trejo, General Manager, Department of Aging. I'm joined at the table by James Donner, Assistant General Manager. We have been tracking the situation since the governor made his announcement of the intent to eliminate the program. We are right now, the elimination would basically be completed by December 1st. We are currently waiting court action, which is scheduled to take place next week. That there is a court case right now that is challenging the state's plan to transition these clients effectively into alternative services. It's basically a challenge to the American with Disabilities Act. We are waiting to hear what the court will do. Will it extend the transition period, or what other actions will be taken? Since early summer, myself and my counterpart at the county's Department of Aging convened a task force of departments that would be involved when these clients would have this service removed. So we've been meeting weekly since early summer to discuss the impact that this would have on Los Angeles, because basically it's 2/3 of all participants in the state reside in our county, and about 1/3 of them belong in the city of LA. So we have been really evaluating what the impact of the loss of this incredible service to the community would be. It is tragic, it is alarming, and it is a very large scale situation. These are folks that otherwise would be in nursing homes. So to entertain the possibility of losing this major service for them literally puts them at a very high risk of placement.
Which would cost more.
One of the things I want council to understand is that adult day health is a comprehensive service that is provided to individuals within one location. The nature of the client means that it's a frail senior or an adult with a disability that is not highly mobile. So it's basically under one roof that they get medical, psychiatric, therapeutic, and social and other supportive services all under one roof. One of the issues that we've been looking at is what would be the impact to our existing services. For example, right now, these 10,000 plus older people in the city of LA are receiving a meal and 2 snacks at these adult day programs. If they were all on December 1st to call the Department of Aging, that would almost double the current capacity of the department to provide just one home-delivered meal. It would be at a cost of millions of dollars to the city. So we are very concerned because the net impact of the loss is of about $100 million in services. Not all of it is going to be completely lost. Some of these clients will continue to receive medical care, but the social supportive services are not reimbursable under Medi-Cal as a standalone service. So all the transportation services, all the social supports, all the therapeutic activities that are not attached to a medical or mental health service would basically be lost to these clients. And so to us, it's a major gap that is being created at a time when basically the population is aging very rapidly. As we know, every 7 seconds somebody reaches their 65th birthday now in the United States. So we're very concerned that we have seen a trend in California to the elimination of supportive services to older people and basically to the most frail and the most economically challenged older adult population. So we're sincerely very concerned about the impact to the residents of the city of Los Angeles.
All righty. You want to take the cards, or we have Mr. Corian on the queue, and then let's do the cards. Mr. Cardenas?
So 1 minute per card for the rest of the day so that we don't risk losing a quorum.
All right, we'll do that. So 1 minute, Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs is not here. Nancy Volpert. Nancy Volpert, followed by Al Chin, followed by Alex Icris, Allison Reynolds, if you just line up and then take it away. 1 minute apiece.
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Nancy Volpert with Jewish Family Service of Los Angeles, the oldest and one of the largest social service organizations in LA. As most of you know, we provide a broad array of services for older adults and people with disabilities to keep them safe, healthy, and in the community where they can live independently. We are deeply concerned about the impact of the imminent closure of ADHCs and the lack of sufficient financial and programmatic resources to help those who are being displaced. State budget cuts over the last 3 years and the ongoing economic crisis have left the social service safety net in tatters. What was once a vibrant statewide system of care that allowed our elders to age with dignity and independence has unraveled. As you know, the City of Department of Aging has created an extended network of service providers that leverages city and federal funding, trying to speak quickly, to provide services to seniors. We've been working to cobble together resources, but they're going to be insufficient to magically replace what's being taken away.
Thank you. Al Chin.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing me and my colleagues to have the privilege of addressing you today. My name is Al Chen. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Aging Coalition and also as a representative of St. Barnabas Senior Services, an agency that services seniors and disabled people within a 15 square mile radius. Want to let you know that it is imperative that you know and understand the ramifications of the current state mandate to eliminate the Medi-Cal option for ADHD services on December 1st. There's 23,000 Angelenos affected. Half of that resides in the city of LA. Many people have said this is not a city or county issue, as the funding and the elimination of the funds reside with the state. Unfortunately, that is an easy out because at the end of the day, these seniors and people who are disabled are your constituents, and they live here in the city and the county of LA. We ask that we not only support your motion wholeheartedly, but we're encouraging you and urge you to reach out to the governor and tell him to stop and delay this mistake until more viable options are developed locally and at the state level.
Thank you, sir. Alex Ikris.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex H's. I am the owner and operator of Universal Adult Day Healthcare in Mar Vista, Bill Rosenthal's district. I've been there for 12 years. We have 140 participants and a staff of 35 people. We are 1 month away from shutting our doors. Not only our center will shut their doors, but every other center in the city of Los Angeles will absolutely close. No question about it. Why? Because 95% of our funding is state funding. We cannot operate on 5% funding. The governor lied to the legislature. He duped the legislature into believing that another program would be created called CAFE, Keeping Adults Free from Institutions, that Assemblymember Bob Blumenfeld came up with. The entire Assembly and Senate voted to approve the CAFE program, which was $85 million appropriation from the state coffers, along with matching funds of $85 million, $1 matching funds for every dollar spent, to equal $170 million. What ended up happening was the money was spent for other purposes. The CAFE program was not allowed.
Thank you.
The governor vetoed it.
Again, you folks have 1 minute, so please stay in that time frame. Allison Reynolds.
I'm Allison Reynolds. I'm a social work intern at St. Barnabas Adult Day Healthcare Center. And I'm here, I would hope that people could take the time to put themselves in the shoes of the people that this is going to be affecting. Imagine that you're elderly. You may not have any family members available to you. You may have lost your partner or your spouse or your loved ones. And this is where your friends are, and this is your family, and you don't have anyone else. Imagine you're a caregiver and you're dealing with your own health problems maybe, or the health problems of a spouse or a loved one. You're trying to raise children and you're trying to care for somebody with a disability or with Alzheimer's, and that's really difficult and that's really straining on these people. And these people are going to lose the only respite and the services that they have at this point. So I'm here to urge you to please support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Stosh.
Good afternoon. Marilyn Stock. I'm a program director of an adult day healthcare center at Ultimate Health Services Corporation. Adult day healthcare was created to meet the needs of medically complex patients with multiple diagnoses and who take multiple medications and who really have a complex situation. Without this service, these people are going to be sitting at home instead of being in a caring environment where they have a staff of professionals, skilled nursing, physical therapy, occupational therapy, activities, and people who can help them with toileting or with all of their needs. They're going to be sitting home basically watching TV. We're deeply involved with discharge planning right now, sadly, for all of our participants, for our 135 participants in my center right now. And when we ask people what are they going to do, they're going to be sitting at home. There won't be anybody to help them with their medications. If they live alone, that's it. Okay.
Nina Wilcox.
Thank you, council members, for allowing us to address this important issue. Adult day health care is a critical program. I'm a registered nurse and public health nurse, and I think it's critical for you to understand the medical component that you're about to lose and the effect that it's going to have on the system. So when we talk about EMS activation and we talk about emergency room visits, one emergency room visit and hospitalization could pay for adult day health care for a month. As a registered nurse who worked at the county, I watched the revolving door go in and out with people coming in and out. Community health services are what are critical in keeping people in the community. community. Healthcare reform and affordable care, everything is moving towards these home and community-based services, while simultaneously all of our systems are dismantling these same services. So what we're talking about is a failure, a systems failure, and you can guarantee that it's not only going to cost the state more money, but it's going to cost the city more money.
Thank you, ma'am. Wayne Spindler.
Well, this is one I can't disagree with. It's in your motion. You should direct it that the governor is a bald-headed rat that is abusing old people. Because what happens with these people is they're shuttered into their homes. It's getting them out each day, getting them out into the world and back that helps their mental capacity, which helps their physical capacity. Because every dollar you spend on these programs, it saves hundreds of millions of dollars a year in additional health care costs. This is a really solid investment, these programs. So you got to get this governor, and he's a really old, disgusting man, and say, you're a septuagenarian, you're an old man, and you're abusing fellow seniors. That's what's going to happen. These people are going to be out on the street, and you need to stop this and get emergency funding for this immediately. Thank you.
Let's go to the San Fernando Valley, to Van Nuys City Hall. Ana Rosa Murillo. I see you have an audience with you.
Hi. Yeah, Encore. Thank you, Encore, for being here. Can I ask for a translator?
In English. Go ahead.
Ok, quiero decirles que apruebo de lo que está pasando, no apruebo del fundamento. I don't approve of the fund that's being taken away for the adult health care. I feel that's, again, I agree with the previous community member. I feel that this does save the city a lot of money. Well, it saves them a lot of money by keeping the centers active with lively seniors. I also feel that this is very important to the health, mental health, emotional health. Again, this is stuff that you are saving yourself money on. Like babies, like adults, we all require care, and this is very important. Again, my mother doesn't have the privilege.
Thank you. Ankar Patel, again, you have 1 minute.
It has me, basically.
Thank you very much. Ankar Patel.
Would you like
Very nice. 1 minute.
She can use my time, right, to finish?
I just...
Right? Do you guys cut the time off to 1 minute? It's difficult to speak in public, and a lot of people don't come out here regularly.
Well, you're burning your time right now, sir.
My clock's not going, right? You apologized to me last time because is this my
we're
time?
start
Can
your
the clock
right
go?
now. We're gonna
I'll start when
right
the
now.
clock goes.
There you
Thank you for apologizing last time for your mistake, and thank you for this a little bit of extra time, because our time is very valuable. Old people's time is very valuable. Young people's time is very valuable. And this whole process shows no value for our time. You just cut off. Half these people here don't even know the process. So let me give you some advice. We caught this early. This is the report that the Department of Aging is going to have to bring back. So in that report, let's go after the state legislator. Remember, a bunch of these city councilmen used to be state legislators. Herb Wesson doesn't show up on a regular basis because he's power brokering in the background. So this is a shell game. Everyone, understand that it's a shell game. From this department to that department, from this agency to that agency, and there are 15 city council committees, 27 boards and commissions with political appointees and people who are undoubtedly in the pharmaceutical industrial complex. You know, this is early in the process, and this could be a very important turning point. You know, we got people sleeping outside still.
All righty, thank you. Mr. Krikorian, followed by Mr. Reyes.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank Mr. Rosendahl first for bringing this matter forward. I was very pleased to waive this out of the Arts, Parks, and Neighborhood Committee because of the great urgency of our understanding the impacts that it's going to have on our city's budget, as well as our senior residents. And there's one impact I think that hasn't been discussed enough, and that is keep in mind the services that are provided at these ADHCs. These are coordinated services for frail and disabled adults. Many of them have family that takes care of them, but if that family wants to work, then there's no place for that senior to go during the day without these ADHCs. So as these centers continue to close, that means more and more family members are going to have to give up their own jobs, give up their professions, give up their opportunities to continue to add to our economic vitality and provide revenues for our services and so forth, and stay home and take care of their senior or disabled relative. So this is a matter of the greatest urgency for our families, for our city. And 2 years ago, we were able to preserve some of the funding for this program in the midst of budget chaos, and that was a brief success. But where we are right now means the imminent demise of this program for all practical purposes. And the result of that is going to be that we're going to have more and more seniors who either required in-home supportive services or institutionalization. Both options will cost this state substantially more money than just continuing this program. So Mr. Rosendahl often says it's a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer. Protecting this program is a matter of not just humanity and not just taking care of our seniors to whom we owe so much. It's just a matter of fiscal common sense as so often is the case, the state just seems to be missing that common sense. So I'm going to suggest that following the report that we've had here today, that we bring this matter back to my committee. We just have further discussion about impacts and options. We consider actions that this council may take in order to urge a different course by our governor and by the state legislature to try to fend off the imminent demise of this very, very critically important program.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Koretz and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank you for bringing this to the middle of this very important time we are in. For example, St. Barnabas, a few years back, we had a cyber cafe. We were teaching seniors how to engage computer systems, laptops, actually get their hands on the keyboards and engage the network. From there, they were working with their grandchildren and closing that digital divide, because many of them came from very poor families. And a pocket where you have 70,000 people per square mile. But you had a whole range of seniors. You had seniors in different states of independence. And keeping their independence is what's key. Keeping independence means that we are using preventive measures because their medication's being addressed, their meals are being addressed, they're resting properly, and they have a social life that keeps them from depression. So these are very intricate issues that speak to the welfare of how we keep human beings out of hospitals and places where they need full care. So the cost of this has yet to be understood, and I believe Councilman Rosendahl is going to ask you questions about what we can do and the cost. But I just want to stand to thank you for your hard work, because I know the spectrum of services that are there in these centers are about having to minimize the number of times the paramedics are being used from the fire stations to go to a facility and transport people on an emergency basis. So the domino effect here is very real. In your report back, and I believe Councilor Rosendahl is going to ask you this question, in your report back, could we look at how we could engage in, as we look at the upswing of the economy, is there a way to prioritize these programs so that adult health care and senior services are at the top? Because I know child care is on the other end of the spectrum in terms of types of services needed to make sure people can go to work. So I met a senior yesterday in my district, and she was thanking the city for the work we were doing in one of the senior centers. But she said she had to leave because, one, she had to stay home, didn't have the same support because they phased out the program at the center. And then now her daughter had to leave work to help take care of her, and in turn she now takes care of her baby. So instead of being more independent and being more viable in society, they're now basically imploding and having to depend on each other, and they're all suffering, and that suffering multiplies itself. So again, I don't believe people really understand the significance of this and preventive care and adult daycare and the whole issue of being independent. And thank you for that articulation, but I just needed to stand to emphasize how important this is. And then, hopefully through the directives from Councilman Rosendahl, we'll get a sense of what direction we can take to offset what's being taken away currently. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker.
Well, thank you again to Mr. Rosendahl for bringing this forward. I've been a long-time supporter of the concept of adult day health care, and years ago when I was on the West Hollywood City Council, I pushed for us to actually buy a building and create our own city-sponsored adult day health care program, which was terrific. I mean, it not only does a lot in terms of quality of life, but as has already been stated so many times, it provides critical health and safety components as well, which by removing those, there's no question this is going to cost state and local governments more money. And it's a point that I think needs to be made to the state, because one of the things I focused on when I was in the legislature, during most of which time we were always in the financial hole, is to make sure we weren't cutting things that actually cost us more money. An example of one, completely off the point from this, but we had a program called Film California First, where we paid $7 million a year and provided free services with that $7 million to attract filming on state lands. The first year after we cut that program to save $7 million, we lost $500 million in filming on state lands. So without a doubt, the revenue from that was probably somewhere between $50 and $100 million to save $7 million on paper. Every time the state does that, they dig themselves in a deeper and deeper hole, and they make it more and more impossible to deal with their multi-billion-dollar shortfall. So they need to focus on avoiding these big mistakes where it's not so visible, because it's easier just to scratch off a line item, but the fact is they're going to be costing themselves more money and be in an even deeper hole providing all these other more expensive services in the future. And I think that's the point we have to make to the state legislature in our opposition to this action.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Penny wise and pound foolish on this. And to be a little personal about it, I have a gentleman at my house who's almost 86. His name is Swami X Swami from the Venice Beach days. I'm not a rich guy, but he's getting the best service we can provide him. My nephew is the main caregiver. I have other people who come in and caregive. He's in a hospital bed, he's in a wheelchair, he's in a commode. This kind of money, $160 million, takes care of 32,000 people. It would cost hundreds of millions of dollars to deal with it any other way. This is the cheapest and the most effective way of giving people an opportunity to live with dignity. This is what America is all about. I would occupy everywhere over this issue. I'm so fed up. The super rich can have 24-hour care at home. They're great, but the rest of us can't. And talk about jobs. The people who are working, who would have to come home and take care of their loved ones, that's a salary they need to survive on. That will have a bigger multiplier effect. It's a no-brainer. I think Jerry Brown's a great governor, just so that we can go on the record here about this comment you made over there, sir. He's a good man. But I say to Mr. Wesson and to all the former folks from Sacramento, it's time you picked up the phone to them up there and say you're penny wise and dollar foolish. This $160 million is an amazing part of prevention and intervention and support for people. For God's sake, I don't want to see my guy right down the street there in Mar Vista have to shut down. I see it all the time. It's right opposite our post office. These people have a great amount of energy and time. They get a couple of meals, they get some backup social action services, they even get other people to visit them. It is exactly what we need to do. To dismantle this program, it is the worst possible thing we could do. I want to thank my colleagues for listening to this, so you now are aware of it. And I thank Mr. Krikorian, who's taken it back in committee, and I will second that motion for you to take it to committee. But I do want to know if we can meet on the November 15th here in full council, where you can get a report back on what this case is happening, and will that have an impact? Yes. But more importantly, I think for committee, you should come up with other strategies where we can get this done. If our federal government, maybe Dianne Feinstein is up for election, and some of these other people in 2012 could get something out of the federal government. This is just a pittance. But it gives the dignity to seniors in their last remaining years. And I want to thank you, Laura, for your presentation to us. And colleagues, obviously, I'd like to support this into your committee, bring it back to the full council, and have a healthy discussion of alternatives. I will not accept this program shutting down and these people not getting that service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Zine.
I want to join my colleagues on this particular matter. We've got one generation in my district, and I've been to one generation many times, where they service the community of the San Fernando Valley, in particular the Southwest San Fernando Valley, the Hernando Bernardi Center, the Wilkinson Center, where all these seniors have service. But it's not only this program they want to cut. They now want to cut Medicare, and Medicare affects our senior population. The 65 and above on the Medicare, the federal government wants to cut that. So they want to keep cutting back and back and back, and the most vulnerable, our seniors, are the ones that are going to victimize. So I join in this, but we're going to be penny wise and dollar foolish, has been stated over and over. But if you look at the one generation program that we have, we look at the Ernie Bernardi Center that we have in Van Nuys, we look at all the different centers that we have, not only the food that they get, the nutrition, this is not the Meals on Wheels, which is another program that helps our folks that are homebound. But there's so many vulnerable people, the senior population, and they apparently are easy targets to take away the funding for the programs. We need to do is continue and maintain it, if not expand it, because our senior population is growing, it's not shrinking, and it's really a disservice to those people who've worked their whole lives and paid for the taxes, paid for the Social Security, paid for, and then now in their senior population years, cut back, cut back, cut back, and then eliminate. So totally join my colleagues in this endeavor. Mr. Krikorian, I'm sure in his district, he's got, I think the whole city has programs. I know that I go to the annual event at Griffith Park where the 90-plus years old, the king and queen, like 100 years old. These people are our moms and dads, our aunts and uncles. We can't neglect them and just push them in a closet and forget about them. So you're going to get this support, I'm sure. But it's not only this program, it's all those programs that help our senior population, including Medicare and what they want to do to make those cutbacks. So you got my full endorsement and support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. With that, let's go ahead, and if there's no objection, we'll send that to committee, and we will take that up for further action. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for your activism on this issue. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 37, called special for cards.
All right, item 37 is next, and we have cards from the public on that. Our speaker on number 37 is Antonio Ramirez, followed by Wayne Spindler. Ms. Ramirez, would you like to speak on item 30? Oh, she's out of time? Okay, we'll make sure that you're in the record, but thank you. And Wayne Spindler?
Go Veterans. So we're going to go to Eagle Rock, CD14. I definitely support putting the banners up for all of our veterans. And a lot of them are going to be coming back from Iraq. And they're going to be coming back to a hard economy. They're going to have to make an adjustment in their lives, and it's going to be quite depressing because the jobs just aren't there to absorb these people coming back. But we need to get out of all of these wars in Afghanistan and all these other foreign countries, because we got a war right here in this country. We've seen it today with seniors being cut, and we see it all over this agenda today with all of these lighting districts and having to grab money from homeowners. So when we put up the banners, do so in honor of our veterans, and also glad to see that the Canoga Park parade is back again. Thank you.
I'll close our public comment. If we can go ahead, if nobody wishes to be heard from the council, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to items that are currently scheduled for closed session.
Okay.
Excuse me, we do have cards on 40, 42, and 44.
All right. And Mr. City Attorney, we should take the public comment on the outset on 40. Ms. Ramirez has run out of time, but we'll make sure that she's in the council file. And Matt Dowd on item 40.
All right, thank you. Yes, nice to still be here with all the city attorneys coming up for my item. But let me talk about this because it is related. See, I just knocked out the permit system they were using at Venice Beach to pry into the identities of all the people doing free expression. It was a prior restraint of free speech on the Venice Boardwalk. And part of the system that the Ninth Circuit finds offensive is they're handing this information to LAPD, and then they were using that. And this ties in with this item. LAPD and Google, they're in bed together, so I don't trust them, because all I've found is mistrust, vindication, retaliation, everything bad that they could do with power and resources, they do it. And you're going to hear from their attorneys soon about why they have to go outside.
Thank you. That will close public comment on this item. For 42 and 43, because we are going to be in closed session, take those up. Mr. Patel, if you'd like to come forward, and Van Nuys for those two.
Thank you.
You can speak about 44 at the same time if you'd like.
So will I get 2 minutes then?
We're checking how much time you have left, sir. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, because that meeting's going to...
Okay. Yeah, you can 2 minutes for this.
So the rules on that, again, how many minutes do you get in total
Today
items?
there was a motion to move for 1 minute per item, and you have two different items here. Three, actually, so we're going to do 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And so this is...
Look at the clock's not started.
We've got a clock. I'll let you know when you're at a minute. You're at a minute 56 right now. Go ahead.
I'm at minute 56. Thank you. So this is closed session, right? And why are there so many things done in closed session? I was just at Cal State Northridge, where I'm getting my master's program right here, and they're choosing a new president. And they're doing that in closed session. It's in confidentiality. What's going on that's so important in closed session? And so I'm just going to read the motion, because anything that's in closed session should be at least read in a public meeting. So closed sessions, items number 42 to 44. Item number 42, the council file is 10-1357. The city council shall recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code section 54956.9 in parentheses A. So I don't know, that's some legal code that I have no idea about, so I'm already lost. To confer with its legal counsel. Okay, I can understand that. Confer with your legal counsel. You did something wrong, somebody's suing you. Okay, relative to the case entitled Richard Romney, I guess he's suing the city. Let's see, v. City of Los Angeles et al. Yes, of course, he's suing the city et al. United States District Court case number CV09-3048. That looks like another council file system. That probably is, right? CV09-3048. That's probably a council file member. And so now I have to go through the council file system, and I can't do that right now because there's no Wi-Fi. I don't have a computer. I can't go through now I'm lost completely. And Richard Romney versus City of Los Angeles. And they're closing the public libraries. Right. Los Angeles Superior Court case number, so it's already gone to
15
Los
seconds
Angeles
left,
Superior
sir.
Court. And my point again is, there's so many things going on, and in those closed meetings, are your campaign contributors there? Probably.
Nobody is allowed in our closed session besides our council and the council members and staff. But thank you for the inquiry. That will be that will close our public comment on those three items. If we can go into closed session now on item number 40, if we can clear the room for consistent with California state law. For which one? Excuse me before we do that. We have 44, I'm sorry. I thought those were the only cards that were handed me. Matt Dowd, if you'd like to speak on 44. On item 44. And then... Okay, and Mr. Spindler will follow as well. 1 minute each on item 44. If you'd like to come forward, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Dowd, would you like to come forward? Going once?
Yes. But there's a big commotion now, so you're just trying to wait all day for the item that has my name on it. I'm Matt Dowd. I'm so happy you have to find another $100,000 for these attorneys to fight my First Amendment case. And you don't even have to. I can show you what to do. I'm not against you. I'm for what's right in America that you should understand. It's called Berger versus the City of Seattle, and if every council member took an hour and read that Ninth Circuit decision, you'd understand what you can do with all these people out on the lawn. They need a permit. They're a large group. I was an individual, and I don't need a permit. So anyway, look at all the collective years of law school and experience from the city of Los Angeles, and I had no attorney, and I got a preliminary injunction from a federal judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Spindler.
I filled out a card on 43 and 44, so I'd request 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You can speak on both of them. We'll set it 2 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The derivatives and these closed sessions, by the way, another speaker wanted to know what CV093048 is. That's a federal district court case, so you can go to the district court, pull the file. Any member of the public can do it. Same with BS 122610. So congratulations. I hope Richard Romney becomes the next millionaire in the city of Los Angeles, because there's a lot of people within the police department who have been whistleblowers that do nothing but get abused and retaliated against. And it's good cops that come forward and stop things like the red light program and ticket quotas, and I greatly appreciate that. I hope you give them $5 million. Now, in the municipal derivatives, again, this is the city playing funny business with Wall Street and other types of phony instruments that create bankruptcies for municipalities. And that is not a way to finance government. And then we get to item 44. I met our city attorney last night. He was in the San Fernando Valley. And I asked him, how the hell do you do what you do to us as homeowners? His answer was, I owe a duty ethically to my client. And who's the client? You. You are the client in the horseshoe. We, the homeowners, were food. We're something to be eaten by you and the rest of your special interests. It's people like Matt Dowd. It's people like Michael Hunt. Once in a while, they cause an epiphany. You have to spend and waste $100,000 for what? They want one thing. They want an apology. Get up here and apologize to them. They would drop their case. But you're going to spend another $100,000 to waste money on a piece of crap that does nothing but help bankrupt our city.
That will close our public comment. Thank you. If we can clear council chambers consistent with California state law now to confer with our legal counsel in closed session. We'll come back into open session. Any items that require a public vote, we will take in open session as well. Mr. Zime, before we go into closed session, yes?
On item number 40, the Google matter, there's a request that we continue that matter, that the representatives from Google CSC meet with the city representatives. The folks that are at the headquarters participate in that meeting with the police department and the other city agencies, the entities that are involved. So the request, and I've conferred with the chairman of the IT committee, that we continue this for 2 weeks and give the opportunity for our IT, our police department, and the Google representatives, not only here but at their national headquarters, to meet and try and come up with a plan on this particular matter. So that'll be the request,
Okay.
and that we also close the public hearing.
If there's no objection to that, we'll go ahead and do both.
Mr. President, for clarification, that's Wednesday, November 16th.
Correct.
November 16th. So their meeting will take place prior to November 16th. This matter will be continued to November 16th, and hopefully we will reach some agreement by that date.
Okay.
But again, the representatives from Google, the national, not just the local entity.
Okay, so ordered. Without objection. That will be back in 2 weeks. Thank you. If we can now clear the room for those next legal items. Thank you.
never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 Kia 5060, watch 3. 506,
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Grill Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they're here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
property theft has spiked in the area the past year due to easy access for thieves. Almost 80% of car theft occurs because of unlocked doors. Locking your doors takes a matter of seconds and can become so routine that you may forget whether you locked your doors or not. But it's worth the effort to double check. The more successful thieves are at taking items out of a car, the more chances they are going to come back to that area. Don't let our town be that area. One simple precaution is to hide or cover any valuable items when leaving your car unattended. Simple actions like these can prevent you from becoming a victim of property theft. The Los Angeles Police Department would like you to remember, lock it or lose it.
investigating a series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Anna Gabauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
They better, and while we begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just unexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060, watch 3. 506,
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We have found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Grill Beef.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they're here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
property theft has spiked in the area the past year due to easy access for thieves. Almost 80% of car theft occurs because of unlocked doors. Locking your doors takes a matter of seconds and can become so routine that you may forget whether you locked your doors or not. But it's worth the effort to double check. The more successful thieves are at taking items out of a car, the more chances they are going to come back to that area. Don't let our town be that area. One simple precaution is to hide or cover any valuable items when leaving your car unattended. Simple actions like these can prevent you from becoming a victim of property theft. The Los Angeles Police Department would like you to remember, lock it or lose it.
investigating a series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Anna Gebauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
They better and well. We begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive, disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just unexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
we've never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060, watch 3.
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We have found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Pearl Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they are here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
Televise the rest of the meeting. Just kidding. We're back on TV here. So let's go ahead and open session. We'll take a vote on the closed session items that were here. If we can go to the first one, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 42. There is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $3,950,000 in the case entitled Richard Romney versus City of Los Angeles et al.
Okay, if we can please open the roll.
And for the record, in closed session, the vote was 12-0 with Cardenas, Huizar, and Labange absent.
Okay, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
I think that would have made an 11-0 vote since we have one vacancy, Mr. City Attorney, to correct the record. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 44. And for the record, before you is a Budget and Finance Committee report, which has been circulated.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on that. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. And next item.
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Zine requests to leave at 11:30 on November 23 due to city business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Zine is excused.
And the desk is clear.
Any announcements, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
President, I'd just like to invite the community to a meeting with Chief Beck tonight, November 2nd at 5 p.m. at the Bethel AME Church, 7900 West or Southwestern. It will be an update on the Grim Sleeper case, and from news reports, it appears that they may have an additional 6 victims identified. The original grouping of photos was 180 photos of unknown women, and LAPD, as of December, has reduced that number to 48, and they're going to give the task force will be there to provide updates and also seek information from the public. Again, that's 5 o'clock at Bethel AME, 7900 Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I just wanted to share this with you that SCAG has a meeting tomorrow, Thursday at 10. We'll be covering the Regional Housing Needs Assessment Allocation Methodology. Again, it affects us directly because a regional government entity is deciding where housing can be built. So how we vote, how we support these issues is important as city reps, and again, it's an important issue. The other item at 10:30 is the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan, Similar Community Strategy, and that is about the transportation issues, our capacity, again, regional issue. Hopefully our voices will be heard, and love to see you at the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other announcements, colleagues? Do we have any adjourning motions today? If not, if we can please all rise for Mr. Kretz, I believe, has a adjourning motion. If I can ask everybody to rise in council chambers, please.
Yes, I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Gil Cates, who had an extraordinary impact on the life, culture, arts, and industry of Los Angeles, and indeed the world. Los Angeles is celebrated as the quintessential home to the entertainment industry, and perhaps nothing symbolizes and communicates the greatness of our creative industries than the annual Academy Awards. Gil Cates was the Hollywood showman who took up that telecast when over the years it had lost its luster, and transformed it and restored its allure by using exciting guest hosts such as Billy Crystal, Steve Martin, Whoopi Goldberg, David Letterman, and Chris Rock, while also introducing numerous other appealing changes to the format. He had an extraordinary run of over 14 Oscar telecasts, was also an acclaimed director of film, his credits including I Never Sang for My Father, which was nominated for 3 Oscars and won 1, and Summer Wishes, Winter Dreams, which was nominated for 2 Oscars. In addition, he was an Emmy Award-winning TV and film producer and director, and a successful theatrical director on and off Broadway. And in the 5th Council District, he was remarkably effective and an inspiring presence as the founder and impresario at the Geffen Playhouse, where he was responsible for bringing great acting talents and leading contemporary playwrights in order to stage some terrific plays. Of equal importance, he also had the dynamic and lasting positive influence on countless young men and women who he inspired as a professor and dean of UCLA's School of Theater, Film, and Television. Sadly, it was in a UCLA parking lot that he collapsed this past Monday night, having undergone heart surgery this prior month. He will be sorely missed by many who were impacted by all of his great contributions.
Thank you. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? We'll next be in session in 2 days, tomorrow, on 2 days, Friday, the 4th of November. Thank you. We'll see you then. This meeting of Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.